One.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Accountability Board's regular meeting, July 9th. To access the meeting remotely, join from a Mac, PC, iPad, iPhone, or Android device using the URL in the public agreement packet. If you do not wait for your name to appear on the screen, use the drop-down menu. Click on rename to rename yourself to be anonymous. To request to speak, use the raise hand icon on the screen. To join by phone, dial 1-669-900. 6833. Meeting ID 891-745-89069. If you wish to comment during the public comment portion of the agenda, press *9 and wait for the recognize. I'm gonna acknowledge our land acknowledgement in the packet as I'm reading it tonight. We have a long agenda. And with that, we'll go to the call for and roll call.
Thank you, Chair. I'll now proceed to the roll call. Chair Cayetano. Vice Chair Wilson is not here at this time. We'll update the record accordingly. Board Member Buswell Charco.
Here.
Board Member Calavita.
Here.
Board Member Edmonds.
Here.
Board Member Leftwich. Board Member Wells. And Board Member Williams is absent on a leave of absence. On behalf of the ODPA, we have Director Aguilar joining us remotely today. We have Data Analyst Saeed Mehdi, our Investigative Clerk Daniel Weinberg, and myself, Jose Munoz, our Policy Analyst. We're also joined by two of our YouthWorks interns today, Dunia Ghafouri and Kareem Meliz. On behalf of the BPD, I believe I see Chief Lewis on the line, and we have Sergeant Coates joining us here in person. With that, Chair, we do have quorum. Just as a reminder, because we do have a leave of absence today, that brings our quorum number down to 7, which means to take action by a majority, we will need 4 votes. And yeah.
Agenda. We don't have any comments on the agenda.
I move we approve. Second.
Are there any objections to that motion to approve? Seeing or hearing none, the motion carries. Okay. And we'll update for the record that Vice Chair Wilson has arrived. Okay.
Okay, so that's agenda item 3. We have a long agenda tonight, and so if we have over 8 speakers, we're going to reduce the time to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And if we have over 12, we're reducing down further to 2 minutes. But I doesn't seem right now like that will be necessary, but let's do a poll of how many speakers we have just to be sure.
For those attending physically, do you intend to provide public comment? Okay, we have 1 speaker. For those attending virtually, could you use the raise hand icon now, so that we could take poll of how many folks plan to give public comment at this time. Chair, in total, I see 2 hands raised. So for public comment, we'll have 3 speakers. Okay.
Let's go here.
With that said, we'll start with those physically present.
This is easy. Along with the Berkeley police, well, they but the ICE agents and we got into yesterday in the South. Someone got paid. Those people, and especially the person like the mayor down there saying that the mayor doesn't we control them. Expect them to know from now on. Well, I'll tell you, I don't expect them to know from now on. I don't expect the police to work anytime at all with really agencies. We kidnap people from our community and take them to somewhere, detention camp, somewhere. We don't know. The person yesterday was called out in people attempted to delay that situation, and we said, the ice agents, well, this it was just back. I think one ice agent came, into those. This is all. So I just want to encourage, the staff over there and the chief online who, make sure that this is a sanctuary city, even though it is a symbolic gesture. It is also one that the people in the city demand that the police and the mayor and the city council and you all, and if we need that sanctuary city to save our people that are afraid of being undocumented. It is not a capital crime, it's not a kidnapping crime. It shouldn't be a crime at all. They should have a citizenship. There should be no problem with that whatsoever. Farm workers are being attacked by the Trump regime now. He wants to automate everything and give no mercy to the farm workers. It's incredible racism, incredible deception going on. And the people in the community, I know you all know that. We're not going to stand. So please make sure that the police do not do that. And if they do, they are you. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I move on to our virtual attendees, for those physically present. Okay.
So. City council agenda, next Tuesday, the following Tuesday. And I think the surveillance cameras in both places. And I discussing it. I probably won't just use your device, but I want to speak on it nonetheless. I was just at another meeting at which I heard a student say that if you put something in there, that doesn't really assure compliance. That if you put the city has contract says a vendor will do X and Y, the vendor might not actually do X and Y. It doesn't really ensure compliance because we have contract language. And for that reason, I'm very concerned. My concerns in the case of what will happen with the images of the public taken through surveillance cameras in public places. It's not the Berkeley Police Department. That's not my concern at all. My concern is with FLOT, a company that's growing into the business of surveillance that is now developing. I read an article, they're developing software to allow you, when you get an image, to then find out a lot of history about this person, told from public records. And my concern is that ICE, which apparently is their budget is being multiplied 20-fold. Their propensity to not engage in due process, to snatch people off the street, and either report them or in concentration. The federal government is, and I'm really dismayed that the city is about to embark on a contract that will give information that can be used against innocent people by the federal government. But was it not on the whole science? You were able to hear me. Sorry, it's for the public. But okay, thank you very much. That's my point.
Thank you. Seeing no additional physically present speakers, we will now move on to our virtual attendees. Chair, at this time, we do have 4 speakers. I'll start with Wendy Alfson. Wendy, you've been granted permission to speak. 3 minutes are on the screen.
Thank you very much. I'm Wendy.
Sorry, one moment. And just for context, here in the physical meeting location, our audio situation changed. So just bear with us one moment while we get this situated.
Okay, we should be able to hear you now here in the meeting room. I'll restart your clock.
Hi, my name is Wendy Alfson with the Berkeley Friends Racial Justice Action Team. I'm here tonight on the item 9D, which is the police department's request to rescind, repeal the Berkeley Police Equipment and Community Safety Ordinance. We're strongly in opposition to that. Both it and the state AB 4081 military equipment ordinance are both important and should be retained. The suggested administrative burden is easily changed by agreeing to change a date, which the ordinance permits. Really would support Chair Cayetano's letter being approved by the board and submitted on behalf of the board to council, unless the police department publicly agrees to just change the date and no longer seek to have this ordinance removed. Otherwise, I really suggest you proceed. There's 4 really important points that Berkeley's ordinance includes in terms of transparency and accountability that are laid out in that letter and in the department's documents for you tonight. Deployment of weapons, how many uses there were in service of a warrant, and the areas in Berkeley where they were used. And as far as new types of equipment, to submit a statement assessing potential impacts, mitigation of adverse impacts, alternatives, and disclosure of third-party providers. In the review by the PAB, and the PAB's designation as the independent oversight body are guaranteed by the ordinance, not by the state law. And for all of these reasons, transparency and oversight would be significantly weakened if Berkeley's ordinance is done away with, and there's no reason to do it. And this department can easily file one report on the various reporting points. It only needs to administratively agree to a change of the date to do so. We don't even have to amend the ordinance, as I understand it. Thank you so much for your time. The chair and all of you submit such high quality work. It's a pleasure to review it and comment on it, be in front of you. Please continue to do your work. It's really important to all of us who live here in Berkeley. Thank you.
Thank you. John Lindsay Poland, you've been granted permission to speak. 3 minutes are on the clock.
Thank you. Greetings, all. My name is John Lindsay Poland. I work for the American Friends Service Committee, which collaborated with Berkeley City Council member Kate Harrison on the development of the local ordinance. We worked with the department and then the Police Review Commission members in the development of language in the ordinance, which was very carefully thought out. 2 months after, that was in April 2021 when the Berkeley City Council approved the ordinance. Less than 2 months later, Oakland City Council approved its own military equipment ordinance. This is more than 5 months before the state law of AB 481. And Oakland's ordinance also has some differences. It's modeled on the same thing, but it has some differences with the state law. It requires a review by Oakland's oversight body, the Police Commission, of every policy. It has a March 15th deadline for annual reports on use. It requires a listing of prohibited uses for military equipment. It requires impact statements when equipment is going to be acquired. It includes riot batons and helmets. And while Oakland has had some issues of reporting on time or incompletely, they have held community engagement meetings, which are required by the state law. Berkeley has not, and Oakland has combined its reports, the report for the local ordinance in Oakland and the report for the state law. For some reason, Berkeley has separated them, which has created additional administrative burdens. In addition, the department has after uses of equipment are reported, a geolocating tool, there's a multi-tier review of those reports. This is not required by the ordinance. It's not necessary. It is adding an administrative burden that is not required at all. Berkeley is not using, under the definition of deployment that is in the ordinance, Berkeley is not using its military equipment very much. It is comparable to the amount of uses reported under AB 41 by comparably sized departments. So from our perspective, all that is needed is a mandate to combine the required reports into one in ways that meet the requirements of both. That's all. There's no redlined version that is needed. That is doing the work of the department. And the review of uses really should be done by the PAB. The chief's letter is very disappointing. It conflates use with use of force. This was resolved in the local ordinance. That reportable use is deployment, then defining what deployment is. So I urge you to support the chair's letter, and thank you.
Okay. We'll now be moving on to the caller with the number ending in 405. You've been granted permission to speak.
Neihert, just echoing the previous speakers, I am in favor certainly of transparency and sunshine. And as I was originally thinking what we need is two bills so we can inspect them independently, but I have been persuaded by the previous speaker. Let's have one bill and a good bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Marilyn Cleveland, you've been granted permission to speak. Again, Marilyn Cleveland, 3 minutes on the clock.
Hello, thank you very much. My name is Marilyn Cleveland, and I'm a resident of Berkeley and a member of the Berkeley Friends Meeting Racial Justice Action Team. I'm also here to speak on the local ordinance that Berkeley has passed and in favor of keeping that ordinance in place and not repealing it for the reasons previously set forth. I do think it is important, since that is an ordinance that was crafted by the city of Berkeley to address its specific needs and concerns, that we not default to only having the statewide ordinance requirements in effect. And I believe that the differences identified, the need to report on deployment of weapons, and I think is particularly important, the requirement to report how many uses of controlled equipment were in service of a warrant and where they were used, the requirement before adding any new type of controlled weapon to provide a statement assessing the potential impacts on safety and civil liberties and how those impacts would be mitigated and whether there are alternatives to them, and disclosure of any third-party providers, all of which I think are very important. And as has been mentioned, it is possible to combine the two, the reporting periods for the two ordinances so that it isn't an additional burden upon the police department to do that reporting. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to address you and appreciate your consideration of this issue and hope that you will support maintenance of this local ordinance and oppose its repeal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we have two more hands. Jenny Stowers, you've been granted permission to speak. 3 minutes have been put up on the clock.
Thank you so much. My name is Jeannie Stowers. I also am a member of the Berkeley Society of Friends, or Quakers. We are the Quaker meeting located at Walnut and Vine, right across from the original Pete's. And this issue, peace building in the community and accountability for law enforcement, is really important to Quakers. And in Berkeley, we have our meeting. There's another meeting called Strawberry Creek, and then we have the Berkeley Friends Church on Sacramento Street. So there are a lot of Quakers in Berkeley. We think it's important because the Berkeley ordinance responding to AB 481 really became a model ordinance in its setting up of accountability for the police department, and being able to track deployment of weapons, and tracking what areas weapons are being used. So Berkeley's model is one that reverberated around the state, and it would be a horrible message to send to the rest of the state that it got repealed because of administrative burdens when there are alternatives that are possible and that have been suggested, for instance, by John Lindsay Poland. I would suggest that the message to send to the community is that administrative burdens are things that can be fixed, and alternatives can be found, that what is important is accountability of the police department. And this is particularly true since in the last 6 months, violence has increased across the country in our communities. And so having means to track weapon use by the police department, and how and when weapons are being used by the police department in our community is really, really important. So I hope Berkeley can send a message that we continue to think this is really important, and we can be flexible and find a way to fix our administrative burdens. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. And we have one last speaker. George Littman, you've been granted permission to speak. There are 3 minutes on the clock.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I just want to comment that I see a common thread in a number of the items that are on your docket tonight, and that would include the proposed rescission of the military equipment or controlled equipment oversight, the issue about the surveillance equipment, and the issue about the budget. In every sphere here, we're facing rescission really of the powers of the PAB. And this has been an ongoing drawdown of what the voters of Berkeley voted overwhelmingly for in 2020. And I feel like it's also interesting that these are all things that are of great import to the national administration. They don't want police oversight. They want much more surveillance, and they want much more militaristic equipment and treatment in our local communities. They essentially want to federalize and militarize local policing. That's the direct opposite of the way Berkeley has decided to go. It's very important that our police accountability boards stand up and point out the direction that we want as a community and that we're holding fast to, and not be among the progressive areas of the country that have sort of given up and said, "Go ahead, we give up. Do what you're going to do." I think I'll leave it right there, and thanks for your good work.
Thank you. With that, Chair, we have no additional hands raised. Okay. I'm going to approval of the minutes, agenda item 4. Thank you to everybody who spoke. We appreciate you being here. Any revisions to the minutes?
I move that we approve the minutes.
Second. I'm sorry, could we repeat who that second was? I second. Perfect, thank you. Are there any objections on the motion to approve the minutes for the regular meeting of June 25th? Seeing or hearing none, the motion carries. Okay. Thank you all. Let's go to agenda item 5, the staff report. I think the director is online.
Yes. Good evening, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Good evening, Chair, board members, colleagues, members of the public. Wanted to continue the introductions with our youth works teams. They're now 3 weeks in. One of our youth workers that's present before you started a week after in the cohort. I wanted to give the same opportunity to present themselves before just going to some light updates. So Kareem, if you can just step up to the podium, provide your name, your year that you're going into next semester, and something you hope to learn during this semester with during the summer with us.
Hello, my name is Graham Malise. Next year, I will be a junior at Berkeley High School, and I would like to learn more about data analysis through my work with the ODPA this summer. Thank you very much.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
Thank you, Kareem. We appreciate it. And Kareem has also been filling in, catching up, and already contributing to good work. I will leave some of the notes that I have here for later on since they're agenda items. Just wanted to give a gentle reminder, next month there is an important NACO webinar on hate crimes and explicit bias and implicit bias, and it's California specific. So the full title is Hate Crimes, Explicit Bias, and Implicit Bias, Evolution of Standards for Decertification of Police Officers in California. It'll be Wednesday, August 6th. 2025 at 2 p.m. We'll go ahead and circulate that information. As we noted in our packet and in the email, we are finally able to start hosting community demo sessions for our scenario-based training system. We acquired this system a few months ago. We just haven't been able to introduce it to the community. We're getting the interns to support us on that. The flyer was produced by the interns. And we're hoping that community members come. That giant screen that you see in the corner of the room there is the screen that's special for this scenario-based training system. And these systems are used for mostly police officers and military to be able to test out these scenarios and prepare in a controlled environment. We're going to repurpose it to learn more about how we can approach civilian oversight work and teach community members about what the scenario-based training looks like. And we aren't the first one, so I don't want to take credit for that. There have been other oversight entities in Florida when they still had oversight systems that were adopting these models. When I was in Virginia, part of our training there on the oversight board, we went through their scenario-based training system. And when I was an officer almost 10 years ago now, or over 10 years ago, we did use a version of scenario-based training system. And it's a good way also to engage community members about these interactions, and we can debrief, and again, in a safe and controlled environment. So we're looking forward to that in the youth works participation in that. Those are the immediate updates that I have, Chair, but I'm happy to take any questions or provide more updates on anything else that might be on the board members' minds right now.
Thanks, Director. Are there any questions from the board member for him? For staff? Okay, thanks, Director. Let's go to agenda item 6, chair and board members reports. I'll start first. First, welcome to Sergeant Coates. Are you going to be with us for the next 6 months or
No, today.
just today? I have been meeting with the mayor's Sanctuary City Task Force, and the mayor told us at that meeting that we will get a first look at the ordinance at the end of this month, the draft ordinance, and then the first reading will be the first meeting in September. That's the projected plan for the Sanctuary City ordinance that's been with the city attorney's office. And I know that we've been waiting on that because we are looking at potentially revising policy 415 when that passes, if that passes, or even if it doesn't pass. So we'll keep updates on that. I also passed along the chief's message about protests and BPD values and principles around Sanctuary City policing to that community group, and the mayor and the community group was interested in having them come speak. Someone from the department come speak to a segment of that group, and so I engaged the chief on that. I've also been meeting with different community members and council members about our agenda and our priorities, and so that work continues behind the scenes. Any updates from any of the board members? Okay. Great. Let's go to agenda item 7, Chief of Police report. Was it Chief Lewis here? Okay. Hi, Chief.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Okay, I wanted to start off talking about a case of interest that occurred last night, if you haven't heard. So last night about 9:25 p.m., we got multiple calls of an injury collision involving an auto and a pedestrian at Claremont and the Uplands. That involved a vehicle. The involved vehicle and driver remained on scene, and the pedestrian was transferred code 3 to a local trauma hospital, but succumbed to his injuries. So this investigation was handled by the police department's fatal accident investigation team, our FATE team, as usual for these kinds of serious and fatal collisions. This did mark the second fatal collision of the year. And last year, if you recall, we had 4 fatal collisions in our city. And so I wanted to provide a little bit of background about one of the responses that is activated when we have a collision like this occur in our city. And this part of our Vision Zero rapid response work in partnership with other city departments. And typically, immediately after a serious or fatal collision, a meeting is coordinated involving the transportation's principal planner, members of the city attorney's office, traffic engineer, the city PIO, and the police department's traffic commander. The point of that meeting is to understand if there's any immediate build projects that can be implemented to address a safety concern, if there's an immediate safety concern, and that can work in parallel to a criminal investigation, allows to do engineering work to address something that needs to be addressed rapidly, as many of these traffic investigations can take several months to resolve with recreation of an incident and things like that. So very sad news, but we have a team on it taking a look at that location. The other thing I wanted to share about recent efforts by the department, as you may or may not also be aware, this morning the city completed a coordinated encampment closure effort at Ohlone Park. This did involve Berkeley Police Department officers as well as homeless response team, representatives from the city manager's office, Berkeley Mental Health, Animal Control, Berkeley Parks. This operation was a culmination of a week and a half of outreach, specific outreach, and during which departmental staff and city and county resources were in the area attempting to provide as many services and relocation information as possible so that individuals would have a place to relocate. During that outreach phase, it included members of the Alameda County CARES team that were on hand and were successful in relocating a number of individuals. As of this morning's operation, which began around 6 a.m., there were 8 individuals in the encampment. All were given time to gather their belongings and depart. That occurred without incident. There were no arrests made or citations issued. And there were approximately 20 unoccupied tents that were also removed from that area. That operation concluded around 11 a.m. today. Update on our staffing. This last week, we gave 2 conditional offers to sworn police officer applicants. Again, we continue to have our recruitment efforts for both our dispatchers and sworn officers actively trying to recruit, understanding the significant structural deficit, but again, the significant staffing shortages that we're experiencing in those 2 public safety classifications. We continue our efforts in that area. I did want to speak again about a number of items the department has for the July 22nd council meeting. Deputy Chief Tate may have mentioned some of them, but I wanted to make sure that all 5 of them were on the board's calendar, or they were aware of them. And so I'll go through them now. And one of them I know has been the source of some of the public comment tonight. So I have a couple comments I can share about that. So, of course, the 2024 annual military equipment report is on the agenda for July 22nd. That's on the agenda. The agenda packet will be printed tomorrow for that, which will give the public access to that report. That report was also provided today to both the director and the chair to share with the board. I would encourage you to take a look at that report. We attempted to model it on what if the Councilmember Humbard's item to rescind the controlled equipment ordinance went through. It's what we would expect that report to look like as a single report produced by the department annually, what it would look like. And I will say that there are pieces of that report that I'm proud to say were great suggestions from this board about the location of occurrences on a map and summaries of uses and things like that that we can accommodate with our existing technology and data collection to make sure that information continues to be provided in a transparent way to our community. And any reports of equipment that did not carry over into the military equipment ordinance are available in live time via our transparency hub to provide that transparency to the community around our use. So I know that the board will be discussing this further later on in the agenda. The agenda packet includes a draft letter that we produced from the department that states what our recommendation is on the council members item. I know we will continue that conversation both, I'm sure, at the July 22nd council meeting and at the Public Safety Policy Committee that's happening later this month. Okay, another item that's on for the July 22nd calendar is the MOU compendium. That compendium was updated again with the input and collaboration with the board to clearly remove any mentions or inclusions of one-directional general understandings, especially related to those interactions with federal immigration agencies. I'm very pleased to hear that the message that we provided around how we would respond to protests and how we do interact with federal agencies, I'm very pleased to hear that message was carried to the Sanctuary City Task Force and was well received. And we do look forward to either coming to speak or answering questions or meeting in a smaller group to talk with that group further about our philosophies and values around protecting all of our community. There are also 2 surveillance technology report items on for the July 22nd meeting. One is for cameras, a replacement of camera systems in our jail. The other is for the flock system. And I understand that the board tonight will be finalizing some recommendations for council. I look forward to hearing those and making sure we get good, thorough answers to concerns that the board raises. And finally, again, a common theme here, a great collaboration with the board on a fair and impartial policing report and the joint letter that we worked on together. That item is on for the July 22nd council meeting with a recommendation by the Public Safety Policy Committee to reflect the joint agreement that we worked out. Okay, last last but not least, I again want to call out some good work between the department and the board. Deputy Chief Tate and Sergeant Rafferty met with Board Member Wells and Edmonds to discuss the departmental policy around arrest quotas. I appreciate that collaboration regarding this important topic. And we are looking and looked at ways to even more clearly state what we believe is our foundational values around prohibiting arrest quotas, to ensure that we raise that up to our community in a clear way, likely embedding that in our fair and impartial policing policy to very clearly state those values. Bottom line is that we're on the same page on that as far as intent. We want our community to know that those are our values. And we want to be clear that performance is about doing your job right, not about how many arrests you make. And we're happy to work on language that reflects that, and look forward to continued input from the board on that project. Those are all the updates I have. Happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Chief. Just a quick question. I know I emailed you very late yesterday about potentially staying on for our discussion regarding the control equipment report. I don't know if you will be here, but if not, it would help us know whether to ask you questions right now about that. Will you be here for that discussion?
I can't stay beyond my chief's comments. I will say that the position that's stated in the agenda packet for our joint letter, I think pretty clearly articulates what our position is and our whys around that, as well as the comments I just made. But if you have questions you want to ask me about it, happy to answer them.
Okay, I'll open up to the board first. Any questions for the chief? Okay, no questions. I have a couple questions, Chief. The first is, there was a mention in the packet regarding the surveillance item about whether there was a competitive RFP process. I was wondering if you could speak more to the process, the RFP process for the vendor for Flock, and whether you think it was competitive or not.
So we'll be going through a consortium process to do that purchasing if the council item is approved by council. And we'll be able to explain that in depth at the July 22nd meeting around how that works, and the way that that technology interfaces with current existing technology the department has purchased.
Okay, so is a consortium process different than a competitive process? I'm not familiar with what a consortium process is.
Yeah, there's multiple ways which you can purchase, whether it's via sole source, consortium pricing, or RFP processes. The intent is to ensure that you have fair processes. So when they've gone through a fair process in another public venue, you're allowed to piggyback on those projects and purchase via that kind of contracting.
Okay. And then the other question that I had was, assuming that the council does not rescind the controlled equipment ordinance, would the department still consolidate the reports into a single report if the PAB asks that it was, and align the timelines in the way that the current ordinance says that we can?
It really depends on how either the ordinance lands, and whether or not it's rescinded, about whether it's in fact more challenging or less challenging to do it as a separate report or individual reports. Again, I'm also looking at ways that I can compare our data with that data that's available throughout the region and throughout the state. And so sometimes reporting additional equipment makes it more challenging for us to do comparative studies of overall summaries of uses. And so aligning ourselves with actual uses of a tool, without the ambiguity around whether or not a deployment is a deployment or not a deployment, is my goals. And it's not the timeline of the reporting. It's the fact that they're reporting via the controlled equipment ordinance asks for something that's much broader and nebulous than the clearly stated state law reporting requirements.
I just have a follow-up question. I see you write that and now you're saying it here, but I've read the statute and use is not defined. So I'm unclear why you believe that every jurisdiction in the state is reporting the exact same data when use is not defined in the statute. So, and we do have examples, right, of other jurisdictions that are reporting something different from AB 481 requirements. So Where is this coming from that if we just rescind the ordinance, we'll be able to compare our data to all 57 other counties in the state?
Well, I would disagree that the term use is not a clearly understood term. I think whether or not you use a less lethal device or an LRAD or flashbang, it's pretty apparent whether a use occurs or doesn't occur. What's less apparent is whether a deployment means getting out of your car with a piece of equipment or having your equipment in plain sight or using your equipment to demand or encourage action. Well, and at what point does that become a deployment versus not a carrying of a traditional tool of the trade? And so that's where the challenging situation is, where there's, upwards of 60 cases where we have to review footage to determine whether it falls within a strict definition of what deployment is or isn't. Whereas, for example, without the need of an ordinance via our transparency hub, you can see our patrol rifles, whether they are deployed and pointed at someone or whether they are used. And so that distinction is clearer and more direct. Which is not necessarily the case with some of the other tools that are listed on that controlled equipment ordinance versus the military equipment ordinance.
Does the transparency hub already distinguish between deployments and uses?
No.
Only for very specific equipment. And so what we are attempting to do is follow state law and use clear guidelines that allow us to have some comparisons with other jurisdictions. I can't say that every single county and every single municipality out there collects it in the same way. What I can say is that there are very few that are doing the depth of collection and research and analysis of deployments where a tool was never used.
So does
And
sorry, go ahead. Did you finish your answer?
that's
Would wielding, brandishing an assault rifle count as a deployment or a use under the department's current definition that it's using for reporting?
I didn't hear the very first two words you said.
Yeah, and if you brandish an assault rifle and during crowd control purposes, by brandish I mean pointed at someone, for example, without firing.
Pointing a rifle at someone is a reportable via our transparency hub and via the controlled equipment ordinance.
Yes.
So that is recorded in two places right now. And what we're trying to avoid is having to record things in multiple places and collect them and take that administrative burden on. We're trying to have a very clean and streamlined use of force reporting system and a very clean and streamlined and efficient and appropriate state law reporting so that we are in line with what other jurisdictions are doing and what the state law requires. The control equipment ordinance absolutely was a first step into that space and was an encouragement to the state to pass that bill, as was Oakland's work. We have now landed on state reporting, and that allows us to again follow a state set of standards that allows us to be compared to other jurisdictions, allows us to, one, have transparency and accountability, but also not spend a lot of extra time capturing instances of deployment where the tool was not used.
So just going back really quickly, this is my last question, I promise. In terms of consolidating it into a single report, the answer that I had heard, so correct me if I'm wrong, is that it would be administratively more difficult to consolidate the two reports into a single report. Not that you're not able to, as in like you're prevented to by ordinance. Was that what your answer was?
If your question is, am I capable of putting both reports into one piece of paper? The answer is yes. What I'm sharing with you is that because of the different things it asks to capture and the ability and making summaries of the things, when you have one report that requires you to do two or three things extra to capture and the other report having one or two other different things and a difference in whether deployments are counted or uses are counted, it becomes complicated and confusing to people when it's all in one document. And so what I'm looking for is a single report that follows state law.
Okay.
Again, I highly encourage you to take a look at the military equipment ordinance that we have submitted for the July 22 council meeting. Take a look at that report. I think it will cover a lot of the things and questions and desires that we have for our data and for our transparency. It tells you more than most other jurisdiction are producing. I think it upholds the spirit and expectations within our community of how we talk about and identify the use of military equipment. Again, just to be clear, this is about a military equipment ordinance. And one of the public commenters was absolutely right on. We use force very rarely, and we use these tools very rarely. And we want to be transparent and accountable when we do, but we do not want to create confusing administrative burdens that are not necessary for us to understand whether a tool is effective or not, and to understand the impact of its actual use.
Okay, thank you so much, Chief, for answering our questions.
Chief,
One more question, sorry.
No problem.
Two more questions, sorry.
So Chief, I'm concerned that what I'm hearing is that we, as a city, not necessarily the PAB, we're going to discuss it now, but we would lose certain substantive protections in the interest of reporting efficiency. And I'm really concerned that there are substantive things, for example, deployment. Brandishing but not pointing a rifle at someone would be deployment, but it wouldn't be use, and it wouldn't be in the Transparency Hub, because the Transparency Hub only talks about use of force where a rifle is being pointed at someone. So we lose different things. We lose restrictions on tear gas and pepper spray. We lose a number of substantive things. If, following your advice, we would do away with the ordinance. And I'm really concerned that in the interest of reporting efficiency, we would lose these important protections that Berkeley was a leader in establishing. So I'd like to hear your response to that in terms of, do you not agree that we would lose, for example, the deployment part of it and restrictions on certain other controlled equipment items that we've benefited from in the past?
No, I think that's exactly the point. The OC spray and batons are reported via our Transparency Hub, via our use of force reporting. And so they were included in the controlled equipment ordinance. We have to report them both via the controlled equipment ordinance and also it's also reported via our force page. So you will continue to see that. And in that, you will see the, what you describe as brandishing, which is pointing your rifle at someone. And so you identified the issue or the confusion and the reason why we have to watch 60 plus videos, because brandishing does mean you pointed at somebody. So standing with your rifle slung and you're on an outer perimeter at a corner, and a person walks by with walking their pet is not a brandishing. A brandishing is when you pick up your rifle, direct it at someone, and command them to do something, or pointing it at them with the intent to command them without authority to do something. That is captured by our use of force reporting, and that's becomes duplicative when you have to also do it via the controlled equipment ordinance.
Sorry.
No, I'm just so we're not losing. We don't. That's my whole point, is that we don't lose anything by what we're proposing.
But I read that there are about 60 instances of deployment, but only 6 uses of 6 reports of uses. So can you describe for us a deployment that's currently itemized?
We have to go and look at all the times when they report a deployment and make sure the officer has not over-reported to make sure that what we've described as we audit it to make sure that that officer has not actually used it to command somebody to do something, because then that makes it reportable. So officers again are walking that same fine line that you're walking. Did if I stood there and I had my rifle slung and the person I was trying to arrest came out of the block and I said, "Sir, get on the ground, sir, get on the ground," and I have my rifle slung, is that a deployment? Is it not a deployment? Well, he saw my rifle. Did he act because he saw it? Did he not? Right. And so that's the analysis that we go through and audit to make sure we are not under or over reporting the use of that tool. And
And
Say it
when you
again.
do decide deployment, what does it look like?
What do you mean?
When you do conclude after your review that it was deployed but not used, what does that deployment look like?
So if an officer gets out of the car with their rifle and does not brandish it or point it at somebody with the intent to control their behavior, or get to affect some response, then it's technically not a use of force.
But
And
is a
so
deployment?
it's it is not a deployment. That's the point. The deployment is when you use the tool in order to effect a response.
But you have reported deployments, and I'm trying to understand what a deployment looks like in your usage of that term.
Right. So that's when you use your rifle to command somebody to do something, or you point it at somebody that you were trying to arrest. That's a deployment. A use is when you pull the trigger on that rifle. Now that it becomes a more challenging conversation when you talk about use, when you're talking about a flashbang or less lethal, right? Because there a use is a use. There we don't discuss deployments and those tools. And again, this is the whole issue around why it becomes confusing for the public when we report through the control equipment ordinance about deployments. If you want to get down to the true uses of our tools, you see how low our use of force rates are. We are at right now over reporting because of that gray area about what commanded or didn't command action, though we still do capture the pointing of a rifle at someone to affect some action via our use of force reporting.
Vice Chair Wilson,
Yeah, I'm finding, I think I'm with board member Calvita, I'm a little bit confused. Are you suggesting that between what's on the transparency hub, what you're required to report in other avenues, and AB 481 reporting requirements, that everything that's currently being required by the ordinance is already being reported somewhere? So that therefore nothing would be lost? It's just that you go find it in different places? Is that what you're saying? Or are there actually things that if the ordinance was rescinded would no longer be reported anywhere?
The
That's what I mean.
the only difference is whether we are having a fundamental disagreement about what a deployment is. Right. And so if we agree with the definition of deployment is, then that is the deployment of a rifle that is captured on our transparency hub, and OC is captured on our transparency hub as those are uses of force. And so, yes, it is correct to say that nothing is lost if we agree on what we mean by, or what is expected by, or desired by, capturing by, deployment, then that is correct.
Chief, there's two questions. You mentioned before that there were some weapons that were not deployments were not reported on in the transparency hub, but are reported on in the control equipment report. Is that right or no?
I don't think so. I think what I said was the military equipment ordinance has, the state law adds recon robots and mobile command vehicle. That's not on the controlled equipment ordinance. So those are two pieces of equipment that's on one side and not on the other. And then the controlled equipment ordinance has OC spray, so belt worn spray, and
right. Okay.
Right. So those things sit separately. Yeah.
So one thing that is lost is our ability to do a compliance review of the department's uses of these military equipment with the use policy and with the standards that are set forth in the controlled equipment ordinance. Do you have any comment on that?
I would point to the charter as giving you absolute authority at any point in time to initiate a policy or procedure or equipment review on our technology. And so I would, instead of it being as part of an annual report, I mean, that annual report might drive you to initiate a policy review on a particular piece of equipment. But the idea that the report itself, with it as written by the ordinance as a summary report that requires a year-old uses, that many of those uses which are available in lifetime on our transparency hub or near lifetime, I would say that it makes more sense for the vehicle for you to engage in that work through the powers of the charter exist at the time that make the most sense for the board's capacity and ability and timing to do that pursuant to that work, not pursuant to review of an annual report.
Are there any other questions? Chief? No? Okay, Chief, thanks so much for staying on and taking our questions.
Okay, yeah, of course. All right. Have a good night.
Okay, go on to agenda item 8, subcommittee reports.
Before we do that, can I just make one kind of process point? I thought it was extremely useful to have the chief here to answer questions. But I think I've raised this before, that agenda item is way down on the agenda, so it's unlikely that she would be able to stick around. If we could formulate the agendas so that the first item after the chief's report, rather than.
I asked and it wasn't an option, so it's not the issue. If that is an option, then I would, but it wasn't an option this time around.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, just it would at least increase the odds that perhaps she could ask questions, if anything involving, well, we might have questions for her. It could be the first thing.
I've made the offer many times, so that's not the issue. And you know, believe it or not, we actually, under our charter authority, have the ability to request the chief's presence here. So if you really want her here, then we can do that. But that's an option. You've never gone that far though, and I appreciate her staying on and answering her questions. But we can talk about it. Okay. All right, agenda item 8, subcommittee reports. Let's go through that.
Okay, now starting with the regulations subcommittee.
We are making slow but steady progress, I think I would say. We met this morning. We'll meet again we met internally this morning. We'll meet again on Friday with the union rep. We'll meet again on July 23rd. We're making some progress. But I think both board members, Lethbridge and I, feel that we should mention something that came up. And that is that it appears that we are the delegates, or we've been deputized, let's say, to do this work. And when we conclude negotiating, if that's the right word, with the internal stakeholders, it will then go, if there's disagreements between the city and the union, it'll go to council to decide.
No, if there's internal.
If there's internal disagreements, it'll go to council to decide. That's a long way of saying it's not anticipated that that draft will come back to the full board for a vote. Although that's still under consideration.
Right, and we had been advised by the city attorney's office early on, when we asked about the process, that our board would need to vote on it again. And so I raised that question today just to clarify. And now it's not clear because our board did 2 years ago vote on the regulations, even though, you know, different board members, and it's changed over the course of these negotiations. So the city attorney is looking at that again, but it may not come back to the full board again, which to me means we definitely need to have a closed session with the labor negotiators so that our board can discuss some of the issues that have come up. We're going to do that later this month. I had forgotten that this was our last meeting until September. So I think, and I don't know what the process would be, but that we should have a special meeting. I think there are other things that the board may want to discuss between now and September, but certainly the regulations, I think need some attention. So what is the process about that? If we set something, I need to make a motion about it, it's not on the agenda.
We don't need a motion. I think we would pull the board members offline of their availability.
Okay.
And yeah.
I think that we need to do that.
Okay.
It would have to be a special meeting, it would have to be a closed session, and it would have to be involved, the labor negotiator.
Right.
So we'd also have to have her scheduled as well.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Very good. So, you all had a meeting, on regulations today, is that not?
Yes.
Yes, how did it go?
It went okay. We were supposed to have an internal meeting first, followed by a meeting with the union rep, but there were scheduling conflicts there, so it was only an internal meeting. And I think we both believe that we're finally making some progress.
All right, thank you.
Famous last words.
It's a long work you've been doing.
Yeah.
Okay. Policy review.
Wait, can I say one thing on the subcommittee? Paul, I met with Paul, city manager Budenhagen. And, he's really open to working with us and trying to make this process smoother. And so, as if we need to meet with them again, like they're open to it. And also the mayor's office offered to meet with everyone as well, just to facilitate this process. So, I want all the board members to be aware that, this process is something that people are paying attention to. That this is something that we said would be done in June, which would have been 2 years and 3 months after it had started, of sorts, right? And so now we're going to be nearing 2.5 year mark, and so they really want it to be finalized.
We should be a little bit more clear by the end of after Friday's meeting,
And we have several other meetings.
Yeah.
Calendar. So we have a bunch of not back to back, but numerous meetings coming up. And I do feel like we're finally making progress. It probably would have been more helpful to have involvement of the city manager or the mayor 6 months ago, but a year ago, because there was a long time where absolutely nothing was happening. But we'll reporting, we'll see what happens.
Okay. Policy review subcommittee.
I know it.
Metrics and operations.
No update, other than we're working on the annual.
We're making progress.
Yeah. Yeah, we are working on.
Outreach and engagement. That's chaired by Tom Board Member Wills.
Right. No update yet.
Okay, and then for BPD policy 2034, Board Member Williams, here at the moment.
Board Member Williams isn't here, but my understanding is that we have the option to close those policy reviews administratively as well. Should we discuss that in the next?
There's actually an
Okay.
today.
Okay, let's do that.
Arrest quota prohibition policy. Subcommittee.
Oh, sorry, we had our first subcommittee meeting today with Deputy Chief Tate and Sergeant Rafferty. We are aligned on the objective of finding some language to implicitly as well as explicitly prohibit any police arrest quota to prevent any bias, as well as to ensure that it's not attached to any performance metric or police effectiveness. In addition to having this language related to traffic functions and responsibly, those sections, we're also are going to have included in a fair and impartial police policy. And the next steps are we should be receiving some language from Deputy Chief Tate and Sergeant Rafferty, which board member Edmonds and I will review and share with the director for the board, any comments, edits, or approval that will move forward. So I think ideally, we're all in alignment with moving quickly and efficiently on this.
Is it appropriate to have questions?
Yeah, sure.
So I'm wondering, so there'll be something that in your agreement with the chief would be that there would be something embedded in the fair and impartial policing policy, as well as what was the other one, traffic enforcement?
Traffic function and responsibility. So those are the sections related to citations for vehicles, pedestrians and cyclists.
Right. Well, there's already a state ban on traffic enforcement arrest quotas. But I'm wondering with regard to why it's being embedded in the fair and impartial policing policy when it's not sort of directly or indirectly related to fair and impartial.
Are you thinking it should be a standalone?
Well, the recommendation of our subcommittee was a standalone arrest quota ban. And I guess that's not so much of a question as input.
Sure. That question, whether or not it should be standalone or embedded, was asked, and I think we were all in agreement that a standalone policy may create more confusion with implementation, and including it within policy that already exists would be in alignment with the values as well as the goals and objectives of what we want to ensure what a police arrest quota prohibition would accomplish.
As long as it is an explicit arrest quota ban and not just one that says in ways that would be racially discriminatory or something, because this whole thing came up, as you probably know, through the texting incident, and it wasn't about racial discrimination or fair and impartial policing in that sense. It was a problem of implicit arrest quotas in general.
Yep, can we pause for a second? When one of the staff members get fouled or wrestled, thank you so much. No, it's okay, all right. No worries, all right, sorry, go ahead.
So I just want to be clear, was the concern more just making sure it's explicitly stated somewhere in the policy, or were you keen on having it standalone versus it being explicitly stated within that?
Well, I think we thought it should be a standalone policy so that it would refer to, it would be sort of a context for all of the, traffic, fair and impartial, and so forth. That just,
Right, because if you don't include it in every policy.
yeah, if we only put it in fair and impartial, I don't want it to look like it's only related to that.
I don't think that's our goal. I think our goal is to include it both in a fair and impartial police policy as well as traffic function and responsibly. I mean, as it relates to police arrest quotas. So.
Right, well, the traffic thing is already state law, so that was unnecessary, but fine, that's.
Okay, I think for the sake of argument, we should see what the state proposed.
Yes.
And then I think that will lead to a conversation whether or not this is sufficient, or if we should have something more specific that serves as a standalone to ensure that it meets our objectives.
Good, thank you.
Mhm.
And policies and practices on having clearances.
You're supposed to do as chair.
I thought you were the chair. Yeah.
I want you to be the chair, but I
don't
know.
You're the chair, yeah. Let's change the notes of Vice Chair Wilson's the chair of the committee. I do think that we should be given the money.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and any updates from our liaisons?
Yes, I'm meeting with Arlen on Friday about the early intervention system. And to discuss the developments there.
Julie, the weekend and we haven't had any meetings. On the one for 1.5 characters. That's sort of our ongoing effort.
Right, and it's just sort of awaiting to respond from the department.
Right. Okay, Chair, with that said, that concludes our list.
Okay. Now, next, then item 9A, little I, discussion action on the Oddfest workload and staffing capacity. Director?
Yes, I'll set it up and I'll turn it over to our analyst, Mr. Murillo. As I noted at the last board meeting, we were going to have to reassess given the council's decision on where we were with our ability to complete some of these tasks, to include our policy and our personnel related investigations and reviews. So this meeting, we are presented to you some potential ways that we can realistically adjust. And this also a conversation starter to how to address for future intakes and triaging and being transparent with the public on what our capacity is. And I know we had discussions over the last few weeks and months about how and if we needed to adjust. At that point, we were still actively hiring, trying to fill our vacancies. But now, given that that decision has been made on the hiring freezes, we need to really be realistic on what we can do at this point. So I wanted to just preface it there. We did announce through a statement and press release that we were going to make some recommendations. In closed session, we'll talk about the personnel related ones. And here, we also have a conversation about the policy reviews. So, Mr. Murillo, do you want to just go over the memo prepared?
Yes. So for members of the public and board members, the memo that the director is referring to is on page 20. As a recap, we are proposing to keep 6 of the active policy reviews. This list, we just noted to include the most recently adopted reviews at the last meeting. And we're proposing to close, I believe the number is possible 6, yeah, 7. And those, within that memo, we do provide a reason as to why specific ones are being recommended. Most of these, if not all of them, are primarily because they're still within the preliminary stages. We haven't had the resources, or there wasn't a clear projected timeline that would bring it above some of the ones that we recommend keeping. So we do provide a few recommendations. Of course, the ones that are in orange in your packet, the second chart, are the ones that we recommend suspension for. But we do have other options, which include deferring the policy review and placing it in inactive status with option to revisit once staffing level or resources improve. The other option would be to maintain the policy review in a suspended status with the potential to reactivate it if future complaints or reviews involving overlapping subject matters are received. So if it becomes a broader pattern that we're noticing, or of course, you could always direct us to prioritize any of the policy reviews that are on the list or that are being recommended for suspension. But again, ultimately, our main recommendation is to close or suspend the 7 reviews that we have on page 2 and 3 of the memo, or 21 and 22 of the packet. Anything else you'd like to add to that, Director?
Just to emphasize that, unlike your interim regulations for personnel related complaints, this area is not really regulated in the same way. So we're sort of giving some life to a procedure that wasn't necessarily codified. So that also might be an area where you may want to consider for the future to potentially codify some of these processes should we be in this scenario again.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I had a couple of comments. The first, I see that one of the policy reviews that you're recommending to close is the use of force handcuffing. And we are required to do an annual use of force review. And I don't think that's something that we have been on our radar. We certainly haven't done it before. And we could include this issue within that.
We did it last year.
We did do it last year, that we reviewed the whole use of force policy. Oh, okay. In any event, the point is that this, rather than losing this completely, we could just flag it to be included in our annual review when we do the next one. And then the other question I had is that I don't remember there being a policy about AI. That's the 4th one. So I'm not sure what policy that was.
And if I may, that's not a that was a proposal we brought forth to the body to investigate or review this matter a little bit closely. There is no AI policy now. This is a proactive approach. This was also in observation of Axon. They had launched a product called Draft One that produces an AI assisted report, and we wanted to, before any even contemplation of adopting such technology, get ahead of it and look at it more closely. And I think the analysis there is going to be very fruitful for any future adoption of that technology, if it's even contemplated here.
And thanks. And is it the same thing for the, I don't remember the computer voice stress analyzers being a topic of discussion. Did that come up from the department?
That was inspired by a San Francisco Chronicle expose that was looking at this technology and the history of it and the limited scientific support for it. We received inquiries from media outlets about it, and we also presented I don't remember the specific history here, whether it was through the chair at the time or if it was through our office, but a submission was made to look into this further. And for both of these areas, we partnered with the UC Berkeley Center for Criminal Law and Justice, who have been great partners, and we're really happy about the report, the way that it came out, and that we'll present in September.
Is this something that our department has been looking at to use?
The department currently has it in their policies for recruitment, for criminal investigations. So it's in the books. We did inquire to the chief at one of the meetings whether it was actively being used. It didn't appear that it was actively or with what frequency, but it's certainly within the policies, that technology.
I think the answer though is they're not using it,
Yeah,
except a couple of times in hiring, I believe.
That's what we were told when
Yeah.
we came back.
yeah.
I'm just a little confused, because the text above the orange chart on page 21 says the following reviews are recommended for temporary suspension, but then the recommendation is that the board closes these. So I just want to be clear, what in your mind is the distinction between, or staff's mind, the distinction between suspension and closure? And if you're intending for there to be a distinction, then I'm finding that confusing.
So unlike the personnel complaints, they're not bound by any statute of limitations, so they could remain dormant or in a cold case status. That's why suspension might be appropriate. And we considered an approach where it may be re-triggered activation if we receive similar complaints on these matters. But if it is the will of the body to just flat out close them, then that's also an option. But if we didn't clear that up or made it confusing the way we wrote it, then I take your point. But the intent was to give you a menu of options here.
Okay. And then I get, with the 6 policy reviews that you're recommending remain open, and all the other work you have going on, do you feel like this is a manageable workload for your team with the hiring restrictions that are in place? Because I think you didn't say it, Board Member Calavita, but I think where you were going is where I'm going, and I think there are some that are in this green list that could probably also be suspended, or closed, whatever the appropriate language is. But I'm sensitive to your workload issues and constraints, and I do know that we need staff's help for some of the things that we're choosing to take on. So, do you feel like this is a manageable body of work, or would it be helpful to further winnow this down?
Definitely the recess helps because it is a reset for us. Administratively, we're going from meeting to meeting. We're in the body's in session. So definitely having this prolonged period of recess will definitely allow us to catch up, especially because we're also recommending some administrative closures on the personnel side. And some of these, as we stated, they are ready or will be ready for submission when you return in September, like the AI and the CBSA. And then we've advanced very far, and I'm confident we can get that interactions with the elder adults, so at least 3 of them. But I when we did our assessment internally, we considered that we're going into recess, that we're also recommending to administratively close personnel complaints. So we felt that this was going to be a manageable list to retain.
Just on one of these, the off-duty conduct, I actually am gonna recommend that we add that to the other list, only because, right now we have other priorities that have been brought to us by the public, and we always have the ability to revive that on our own accord. And it's been dormant for now 9 months. We haven't met as a subcommittee yet. There is actually not really a subcommittee right now.
It is a very important issue though, so I guess my inclination would be to suspend some things rather than permanently close them.
Yeah, I would agree that that could be a suspended one. But the staff also hasn't had to work on it at all, so
Right.
there's no like burden on them with that one as well. So it could remain on this list, but I'm just flagging that one is not really there's no staff request.
Oh, this is a subcommittee.
Yeah. So like, in theory, there would be only 3 things on this list after September 3rd, is what I'm hearing. But any other comments?
I just have a clarifying question. When we say that it's a temporary suspension, how long are we defining a temporary suspension?
We're not.
Right. Okay, so it's an indefinite suspension.
Which that's what my personal view is, it's better to just close them, because otherwise you get in this weird space and you find 5 years from now, there's like this long list of things that have been suspended for years. This is my own experience, obviously in other contexts, and any of them can be reopened again at any time, like at this board or any other board. So my personal recommendation is it's cleaner to just close them. This concept of indefinite suspension.
I just feel like once they're closed, then they're completely gone and we'll forget about them because we have so much other work. And so for me, if there's a list of things, at least we could then, maybe we could work that into some annual thing of, are we reviewing this? Should we close them? But then at least they're still on our radar a bit. And if they're closed, out of sight, out of mind.
I think indefinite suspension, they will still be out of sight, out of mind, because I think every time we come together as a group, there will always be work to do. And this list would just get pushed down and forgotten about.
Is there a way that we could temporarily suspend it until staff gets fully funded?
I'd be in favor of that, like just some timeline. Like even want to say, we'll just review this at the beginning of the year or at the end of the year, or will we have more staff and funding?
Yeah, maybe we could review it as part of the 2026 planning session.
Yeah, let's do that.
I'll make a motion.
I just wanted to say I'm concerned because it looks to me like all of the ones that are slated for suspension, however we're defining that, are things that have come to our attention from the public. Some of them were originated as personnel complaints and they were too late and we took them up as policy reviews. Or in some other way, they came up through members of the public, and I would have prioritized those things over some of these sort of self-initiated things that were a little bit of a luxury, I think, if we had time. But I just wanted to go on the record to say that I think some of these things that are slated for suspension, I mean, I'd be okay with saying, okay, it's a suspension until we get staff or something. But I really would not like to close this thing of use of force during arrest, or the mental health response to use of force, or the involuntary injections. I thought that was a pretty important one. It happened a long time ago, but it was important. And so I would not like to close them. I'd like to be able to see if we have the staff to address these things at some point. And we could, I mean, I would be all right with saying, okay, we're closing the downtown ambassador program. I don't remember how that came up. Or the parking enforcement practices, but some of these are really, really important.
The downtown ambassador one was a question of whether downtown ambassadors are covered by BPD policies. Whether they're deputized.
That would seem like a very easy question to answer.
Yeah.
It doesn't need a policy review.
I agree. Yeah, no, I agree. I was just getting context.
Yeah.
I don't challenge the importance of any of these policies that are under review, but I do think that there's a harsh reality that as a board and as a department, we have scarce resources. And I think that what we decide to take on needs to reflect a real priority that we can actually address as opposed to just being well intentioned.
I agree.
Would we be in favor of actually closing the specialized area one, because that one's no longer really in our jurisdiction?
Right.
That would just be my one.
Yeah.
One that we would actually close.
Okay, so I'll try to put together a motion. The motion is to approve staff's recommendation to temporarily suspend policy reviews with those numbers, not including the last round specialized care meeting, so the first 6. And to revisit that suspension as part of the 2026 planning PAB board planning process. And I move to close policy review 2024-ER-0006 specialized care unit. So temporarily suspend the first 6 and close the last.
I second that motion.
Now, could I make a possibly friendly amendment? You can tell me if it's friendly. But I would be, I think that we should close altogether the parking enforcement practices and the downtown ambassador program. We can simply ask the question of the department about the ambassadors. We don't need a review.
Okay, we did have a motion in a second, so procedurally we have to vote on it unless there is.
Well, she's saying it's a friendly amendment.
Okay.
I don't know enough about these to take it as a friendly amendment or not. I kind of feel like we start getting into the subjective merits and opinions about each of these that we're trying to get away from right now a little bit.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
So I guess I'm not speak to the next question then. So it's unfriend.
Listen, did you name a timeline?
With the 2026 planning process, if we plan on how to do that correctly, we would do that like in January. Right, yeah, so it's 6 months.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna repeat back the motion. For the record's clarity, and then we're gonna vote.
Great. So it's the motion to approve staff's recommendation to temporarily suspend policy review numbers 2487, 2488, 2023 PR 006, 2023 PR 009, 2024 PR 005, and the mental health response support policy reviews, and close policy review 2024 PR 0006. Those temporarily suspended would be revisited at the 2026 PAB planning session. The motion was by Vice Chair Wilson, seconded by Board Member Rumpich. With that said, I'll proceed to the roll call vote. Board Member Calvita?
Yes.
Board Member Lethwich?
Yes.
Board Member Wells?
Yes.
Board Member Edmonds?
Yes.
Board Member Franco?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wilson?
Yeah.
And Chair Cayetano?
Yes.
The motion carries. 7 yes, 0 no, 1 absent.
All right, great. Question, was Board Member Williams's policy reviews on this list?
The next item.
Oh, okay, let's go to the next item then. 9A2, Bill, or is that what it is? Sorry, I have so many papers here.
Yeah, A2.
Okay, Director. You have.
For this, we will make more substantive recommendations in closed session, but I did want to show or bring to the attention of the body and the community what at least other agencies around the country have done to address resource allocation issues. And particularly, I want to highlight the New York body, the CCRB. They have a process called SRAD, or the Strategic Resource Allocation Determination. And I think whatever model we come up with when we triage these cases, we should probably be something that's very intentional and transparent to the community members. Again, we did a sort of one-off, we don't know if it's a one-off assessment. We did a current assessment of our caseload and are making these recommendations, but I don't know what the next 6 months look like for this calendar year, and what the entire fiscal year will look like in terms of complaint rates. And if we need to work on a reduced capacity, we might also want to do some temporary procedures for admin closures and be transparent. So in New York's model, their strategic resource allocation, they communicated out to the community that currently they're experiencing a record high number of complaints, and due to this trend and ongoing budget constraints effective January 1st, 2024, the CCRB suspended investigating the following allegations to maintain investigation quality. So failure to provide right to know act cards with no other allegations, refusal to provide name or shield number with other allegations. Again, these are just an example of how other agencies around the country have done this when they're facing budgetary issues. So we may want to consider, I'm not proposing anything at this time, but I'm showing you what other agencies have done.
I think it's a really good idea because, to board member Calavita's point, like maybe one of our metrics or, part of that framework for the analysis would be, was a policy review submitted by a member of the public as opposed to self-initiated? And we may decide to rank or prioritize those differently going forward. So I think this makes a lot of sense to come up with that kind of framework.
Board member comments?
But are we in an agenda item?
Yeah, we're on 982. We're 982, right?
Yeah.
Director, you just presented on personnel complaints, is that right? 982?
Correct.
Okay. All right, then my comment was really about policy review, but
There's no
I think the
material.
point is the same. Okay, all right.
Did your office submit material for 982 or no?
No, I just wanted to highlight that. So that was what we just presented right now. We're not at this stage right now where we're going to present something fully, but I wanted to name what a potential proposal is going to look like.
Okay. Are there any other questions on 982 to the director? No? Okay, there's no action required of us right now, right? Is that right? Okay, let's go on then. We're gonna go to 9B, discussion and action regarding the evaluation of PAB subcommittee's capacity and the prioritization of their assignments in consideration of staffing constraints within the ODPAC. Board member Wells. What? Did you want them director to lead it?
No, I can lead it. I mean, the main thing is, we've been having several conversations about workload and resources needed to complete it. And so for all of the subcommittees that we have, I think a quick check-in on how realistic are we in accomplishing, I think, the task or the goals that we have set out, and whether or not we need to close some of these subcommittees or get more people involved. But I think that was the main goal.
My suggestion is to close the policy reviews that Board Member Williams currently has. I haven't asked him specifically, but atmospherically, I do not think that he would be opposed to it. So unless anyone has any objections, I might make a motion on those two in particular, and then maybe we can talk about the other ones.
Wait, sorry, which two?
Yeah, so At the bottom of page 17 of the packet, it's Berkeley Police Department policies 1010.
Oh, I got it, yeah.
It's 26.
Could you remind us which those policies are?
I honestly couldn't tell you wrong.
Yeah, these are related to personnel complaints. So I believe 1010 was George, do you recall, the first one is on the procedures for investigating misconduct, and I believe 1034 is on the personnel board. Director, do you have that language or any of the staff for 1010 and 1034 for the specific titles? Okay. But these are related to the procedures on VP's policy for personnel complaints.
In what context did it come up?
It came,
The prior chair, right? Wasn't this he working on this with Chip?
Yeah, but what was the?
What was the?
there was a policy review that was submitted to our office. That involved procedures for investigating policy, or not, sorry, not policy, personnel complaints, and the timelines that were set by the policy and our regulations.
Within the department.
Within the department in our office.
I don't know why, I thought it was the whole Antioch that off duty.
No, it's a different one. Okay, well, I'm gonna move that we close those.
Second.
Great, let's take a vote on it.
Okay. So a motion to propose BP policy 1010 and 1034 review subcommittee. Motion by Chair Cayetano, seconded by Board Member Calavita. Board Member Calavita,
Yes.
Board Member Language,
Yes.
Board Member Wells,
Yes.
Board Member Edmonds,
Yes.
Board Member Roosevelt Charco,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wilson,
Yes.
and Chair Cayetano.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. Is there any other comments on our subcommittee list right now? Once, going twice. Okay, sold to us. All right, let's go to. Now, non-A-C, discussion of non-new policy complaint. 2025 PR 003. Director.
And Analyst Murillo, if you want to present that one.
So this item is coming back from the last meeting. The language is carryover as well. But this policy review was brought forward. And ultimately the board had decided to withhold the decision pending our workload assessment that we discussed as part of the first items. This was an incident where there was a traffic collision and the complainant reported that their injuries weren't properly documented within their police report. And they expressed concerns about potential systematic issues with the way that reports were being taken. The board at that time had voted to defer to this meeting while we conducted that analysis and just revisit our recommendation. And after our review of our workload, we're ultimately recommending that the board not accept this policy complaint at this time. With a bit of a caveat that we would still hold this in our records for consideration if we see an additional practice or procedure that comes up in other distinct policy realms. So it touches back to the fact that the board can initiate this policy review whenever it wishes. Before I open it up to questions, I'll hand it back to the director for any additional comments.
Yeah, that's accurate. And I think we made some light commentary about how we could approach this, whether it be through some sort of auditing methodology where we look at other potential incidents where this reporting might have come into play, and whether there was properly adhered to or not. But again, given the resource constraints, we're allowing the board to make its decision whether this is a priority item or if they want other reporting of this to trigger formal action on this.
I think I'm gonna follow our standing rules and let's go to the complainant statement if they're here.
They are not here at this time, Chair.
Okay. Make sure, okay, and then let's take some time for public comment, if there's any comment on this particular policy complaint.
And for members of the public, we're currently discussing item 9C, which can be found on page 28 of the agenda packet. At this time, if you'd like to provide public comment, please use the raise hand icon, or if you're here in person, raise your hand. Chair, at this time, I don't see any hands raised.
Just had a question. I see that the policies, the potentially relevant policies are attached. I didn't comb through them. And I can't tell from staff's report if they think there are, I mean, I saw what the complainant said, but did staff have an opportunity to look at the policies to determine whether there were some obvious issues with the policies that need addressing?
Can I ask, just before, we're gonna go to your question, I'm gonna give the department a second to, if they wanna say anything about it, and then we'll go to the, okay. Anything on this? Okay, great. I'm gonna follow our procedure, so. Yeah. Sorry, Director for Board Member Lethbridge question.
So beyond the preliminary assessments that we noted there in the write-up, we have not done any additional work into analyzing the policies in conjunction to this policy complaint.
Okay, I mean, that makes it difficult for me without me personally combing through the policies to evaluate this.
I mean, I think we're just at sort of an interesting juncture where, due to workload constraints, irrespective of the merit of any particular complaint, it feels like the default will be to decline unless, like, staff isn't gonna be able to take on more, then the alternative is we take them on. And I know, as you can see, many of us are making slow progress on the subcommittees we're already on, and I know you and Board Member Calavita are working like overtime on regulation, so I think there's just a reality check here about capacity. So with that, I'll move recommendation to not accept this complaint. Or I will make that recommendation.
I second.
Okay, so on the motion to accept the staff's recommendation to not accept the policy review, motion by Vice Chair Wilson, seconded by Board Member Wells. Board Member Calavita,
Yes.
Board Member Lethbridge,
Yes.
Board Member Wells,
Yes.
Board Member Evans,
Yes.
Board Member Bozo, yes. Vice Chair Wilson,
Yeah.
and Chair Cayetano.
Yes.
The motion carries 7 yes, 0 no's, and 1 absence.
Okay, 9B, discussion and action on proposed rescission of the police equipment and community safety ordinance. We heard a little bit from community members and from the chief, so I wanna first give it to the director to present a little bit on his supplemental item that is on the packet on page, can someone help me out here? I think it's on page.
The supplemental,
Page 12, the director's recommendation, so a little first, director, and then we'll, so we can hear it and then discuss amongst ourselves.
Sure. So pursuant to the motion that was made by the body to further explore this in conjunction with the chair and the vice chair and the police department, we held a conversation. I held a conversation with the chair and vice chair. Then we proceeded to have a conversation with the OSPA manager, the Office of man, I'm blanking out. Sorry. The Office of Strategic Planning and Accountability, Arlo Malberg. We met together, and I've heard and I got a little bit more background that gave me a better understanding on the administrative burden piece, which I think you heard from Chief tonight, different levels of review. So I memorialized our discussion in what I understood to be some of the technical sort of barriers and problems. We conducted further analysis between the two reports. We reviewed some of the subject matter experts that have been voicing concerns about this. Some of them that were present at the last board meeting, some of them that called in tonight. And we analyzed the history a little bit more. We also looked at the legal and policy context of this, especially use of force. There's a lot of guidance on what actions the officers are taking to de-escalate, to look for alternatives, to come up with better resolutions and solutions to these encounters. And as you heard from Chief tonight, and as is available in the Transparency Hub, relative to the amount of encounters that the BPD has, there is a relatively low level use of force. But there's still an obvious need to ensure that when there is use of force and deployment of these weapons, that they're being done in a way that's constitutional, that's appropriate. So we started compiling all these different things and trying to put forth some actionable recommendations. How do we harmonize these two bodies of law, the state law and the local ordinance? And also, I'll take note, as has been pointed out to me, that there is potential concerns about even using the verbiage harmonizing. And it's not my intent to suggest that we're going to um, force these sort of bodies of law onto each other, but in a way that they can speak to it to reduce some of these administrative burdens and streamline these processes. And I think there's a baseline understanding that we want to do that, but how do we do it? One of the potential pieces, and I'll also be transparent about this. We didn't talk when I spoke with Arlo specifically on AI adoption tools, but we did talk generally speaking about technology. So I did further research into what this could look like in natural language processing. It's right now a big emergent science and statistics, and there's a way to look at language and do it in a systematic way to capture some of patterns that may be of interest, especially in the criminal justice context. And more specifically, there was a study done out of Rochester, and we noted the study there that had some promising use for looking or piloting with this process here locally. Can we potentially utilize some sort of tool that will allow us to reduce administrative burden? So that's the sort of language we put in this memo. Again, we respect that there is a lot of concern about these emerging technologies and science, but we also want to, certainly from our office perspective, have conversations about how to be responsible with technologies that may streamline and may produce the outcomes we're reaching. Because a manual review is not a consistent and not even a sustainable way to continue to do this when we're challenged with staffing issues, when we're challenged with budgetary issues. So it might be worth exploring whether the ROI, the return on investment, is there for adopting some of these tools. But we do believe that there's opportunities also to harmonize, and I'll keep using the term, but I'll also do with the caveat that I'm not. I know that there might be some concerns what that actually means, but there's ways to bring these two bodies together in a way that we can accomplish. I think what the department wants, what the community wants, what the office and the board wants. And one of the things too that might be of consideration to this body is to recommend to the Public Safety Committee to do a interdepartmental working group where we can spend a little bit more time on this issue. You saw tonight that there were a lot of questions you directed at the chief that could probably benefit from more concerted efforts at getting to more reasonable ways to accomplish what we're all trying to do here. So that was, in a nutshell, what the memo is.
Thanks, Director. When you met with the department, I'm assuming that you discussed with them ways to propose a joint memo that would reduce the administrative burden in the way that ultimately I had written one, but their bottom line was rescinding the ordinance was their position. Is that right?
And I don't have recorded notes on that. I do know that there was an express interest in doing that, but I don't know. There was no handshake as to what the sort of features that we wanted in the joint letter. I was trying to give life to the different positions that I heard from the department and I heard from the PAB, and I thought that there was room to still keep the ordinance, but I didn't walk out with the meeting thinking that it was necessarily a non-negotiable point. But and that
Right.
perhaps could have been my misunderstanding.
You sent them a draft letter that would propose a revision, and then they sent back a draft letter that would rescind the ordinance.
Correct.
Right?
Yes. Yes.
And that draft letter is in our packet right now.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thanks, Director. I'm gonna wait for questions until give a little brief background on the letter that I wrote. So we have.
Can I add one? So with this letter right here, I'm looking at this one from the Director of Police Accountability. So you sent this to E, and they said, okay.
Do I have that right? He sent a version of their letter, not my letter.
Right. The
version,
letter,
yes.
the one that's on page 12.
Yes, a version of this that was addressed as a letter format as opposed to a method. Yes, it was substantively the same.
Got it. Okay.
And then the second item in the packet is what they proposed instead. And then the first item in the packet is what I wrote.
Right. So, okay, so this memo is essentially what was sent as a letter and is now a memo with a recommendation.
Yes.
Okay.
Just that's a good segue into like me explaining a little bit the background for the letter that I wrote. And that is my proposal for the board today. I think that after, and you heard from the chief like that, it is entirely possible to combine these reports. And, she requested that we look at the reports, and I don't think that it's a convincing argument to say because you need A and B in the military equipment report because we have to include C. They're no longer, you can't integrate the two. And I was reviewing these reports to figure out like the military equipment report here, what is different between the military equipment report and the controlled equipment report. And the only difference really that I see is that there's a description of the military equipment, and in the military equipment report, and then in the police equipment report, there's again a summary of the deployments. Those are the big differences. And so it would be really simple to take this description of what the military equipment is and put it right there in the police equipment thing, and that would be satisfying the provisions of both ordinances at the same time. And so this report right here would be all that they have to do. So that would solve at least the burden of having to create two reports in the first instance. But I think what I heard from the director is that there are substantive there's substantive disagreements with the ordinance. And what I have proposed in my letter is we're willing to talk about those, to make a recommendation on those, in our normal policy discussion, our policy committees with the department, not while the ordinance is on the chopping block. And I think that one reason for that is that the ordinance is not just a reporting ordinance, it's also an oversight ordinance. And so the chief, raises a lot about reporting, which I think is important. And yet we didn't discuss much about oversight. And I know that she cited to our charter, and our charter is not clear. And in fact, like when I raised the charter, when we tried to request records a few months ago, this is before a couple of our board members were here. She actually suggested that we don't have charter authority to do so. And so I strongly disagree that the charter is sufficient because there are very specific requirements under this ordinance that are not in our charter. And I'm happy to bring up that email that she sent where she contested that and submitted to the policy safety subcommittee as evidence of that. And I also don't think that it's enough to say that because we voluntarily publish some things under transparency, we should rescind a law that requires us to report those. I don't know why in this instance we would do that, why we would agree to that because they voluntarily report on some things, even everything, we would rescind the law that requires them to report on everything. That doesn't make sense to me either. So the essence of my letter is, look, we can easily combine these duplicative reporting requirements into a single report, as I just showed you all. And we're willing to talk with them on the substantive differences that might create some difficulties, but we're not willing to, agree to repeal an ordinance that was fought over and agreed upon by the department after years of negotiation and input by the community. So I'm happy to, we should have a discussion. There's a lot of options on the table. There's the chief's letter. There's my letter. There's the director's suggestions as well about additional ways to streamline the administrative burden. I'm happy to talk about any other options with the board. And please, yeah.
I just had a question. So the chief seemed to be saying something about deployment, and there's different definitions, and no one agrees, and it's fuzzy, and that's why the state law is preferable because it just requires use, and that's clean. So is there some ambiguity about deployment, and when is deployment? Can you just talk a little bit about the concept of deployment, because she seemed to think that that's problematic.
Sure, they know what the word deployment means, because when they're reviewing the body camera, they have to decide, is this a deployment or not? And so the definition of the deployment is what she was trying to communicate to board member Calavita, which is you brandish a weapon and then ask someone to do something.
Change someone's behavior.
Deployment is not brandishing a weapon. Deployment is in the.
Sorry, there's this definition.
The municipal code is utilizing or employing the equipment for a deliberate purpose in the presence of members of the public during management or control of crowds. And to affect some response from members of the public during any other operation or critical response. Deployed shall not mean an officer merely wearing a piece of equipment. So I think that the ambiguity is, what is the difference between deployment and use? And that's why she's talking to us about reviewing hours of body cam footage for each one of these. And why the officers in the field are unclear, and maybe they're over reporting deployment, and then they're watching all this footage, and that is the workload involved. I actually see this as the crux of the issue.
There is
deployment versus use.
Yes, and there is a difference.
Right.
And the way the chief was describing it, I think, didn't make it clear that there's a difference. That's the reason I was asking her to give us an example of what the department ultimately considers deployment. That's distinct from actually firing a rifle. And we couldn't get that picture, but there is a difference, as we see from that definition there.
Right, well, I got that, but I think it's what the vice chair was saying, is that they have to, in order to determine if there's a deployment, use is easy, then they have to spend all this time, and that's what she was objecting.
Right, yeah, and I think the most helpful thing, I'm gonna ask you to read some of these, is what you just had printed out during this meeting, comparing Because we just got in an email, the chief's AB 481 report.
Yeah.
So you can compare it to the controlled equipment report done pursuant to the ordinance. And I think the report done pursuant to the ordinance has 50 entries.
Right.
The AB 41 has 13. And when I was just skimming it earlier, there's no rifle entries on the 8481 report. So it's very clear to me that, like, if you read off some of those out loud, none of those would be included in this if all that was being reported was the 8481
Yes.
reporting requirements. Every single one of those entries on rifles would not be.
Would disappear.
Yeah, so it helps you to like actually conceptualize what are the practical differences in the report. That's what's been missing, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's no rifle entries at all in the 8481 report. And there's quite a few.
Yeah, I'll read one. 21, officers responded to a violent armed robbery involving multiple suspects. Patrol rifle, 40mm launcher, and precision rifle were deployed but not used, and all subjects complied and were detained at that incident. So that wouldn't be in the.
We would lose that.
Yeah.
Those aren't in, are they?
No,
they were emailed to us.
They were emailed to us.
Yeah.
And it's really hard to keep track of all of
Yeah.
paper.
Yeah.
I,
you know, not that it'll make a difference to how we vote here tonight, but I went back into my files and I found that when these things were first passed, the BPD did a single report. They combined them.
Really?
Yes.
What
They
year was that?
combined them, 2021. Well, it was for 2021, it was here 2022 that they did it, but it was for the preceding year. And it didn't include the entire year for 481 because it had just recently been passed. But they had the intention of making a single report. And so, but I want to reiterate what you said, Vice Chair, and that is we would lose significant information. And if it is on the Transparency Hub, and I haven't checked to see that every single one of those things would be on the Transparency Hub. I don't believe so. I think on the Transparency Hub, it's only uses, like when something
pointed at.
Yes.
That's what she said.
So we would lose that thing for the purpose of control or whatever it says there in that definition. In addition, we would lose the fact that we actually review this report. We don't review, and the Transparency Hub simply says, here's what we did. There's no review of that. So I'm just very much in favor of the chair's approach and his recommendations in terms of do not rescind what the council and the PRC members and the public and the department collaborated to put together in that ordinance. And recommend that there be a single report. And I don't think we have to figure out how that's done. They have staff to do that. And I don't know that it's that complicated.
Well, I have a different view. I guess I feel like I want to meet the department halfway and also get this to resolution, not create another group and body that needs to be. And because I believe that the real issue is deployment, there's two issues, deployment versus use and police board oversight. So my thought is the ordinance is not rescinded, it's amended. The ordinance is used to define use for the purpose of AB 481 reporting because the statute does not define use. And that's where, as a city, we define use to include incidents that we are currently characterizing as deployment. So what you are saying is for the purpose of your 8481 reporting, you're going to define use this way so that you get the broader set of incidents reported and that the ordinance is not amended as related to police board oversight, that the report is still submitted to the board. All the other provisions of the ordinance, we would strip. So that's my,
Wouldn't they be over-reporting though to the state then if you combine, if you combine use to include different?
well, I think that it's really a specious argument to say that if we stick to AB 481 reporting, then we're gonna be doing what everyone else in the state is doing. Because the statute itself does not define use. I've read it. And there is no like definition of use, so I don't know, but if we wanted, if we were concerned about that, then we wouldn't take my approach, we would simply say. The SB for AB 481 report that you submit to the state will include an addendum with deployments. Deployments are defined this way, making it explicitly clear it's one report. You're gonna prepare it and submit it at the same time, but we are gonna retain the concept of deployment. I do think this deployment definition is hard because you're having something out for the purpose of inciting a reaction in somebody else. That's a very
intent of
it's intent, it's extremely subjective. So I do think there'd be a benefit to cleaning that definition up for the officers, on the ground as well. So that there's more clarity about, oh, this is deployment and this is use.
I'm confused about what your recommendation would be, not to rescind, but to amend. And which part would you amend? Simply you would define deployment and use, you would define use as employment and you.
My approach would be to define use for the purpose of AB 481 reporting, and here's how we define it as a city.
But then we would then not have separate categories we wouldn't know if someone was actually fired at or if something was simply deployed.
No, but right now, the only way we know is she's highlighting in yellow highlights if something was used.
That was our highlight, sorry.
Oh, that's yours. Like the current ordinance doesn't require that, as far as I'm seeing, it doesn't require use or deployed.
In terms of the report, you mean?
Yes. We did it, not she. So I agree with you. If we want that distinction in the report, then my approach would be an amendment to define deployment. You could define use. I think that'd be very helpful. Here's what's deployment, here's what's use. We want the report to capture both of these. But I guess what I'm saying is I'm willing to get rid of the rest of this ordinance other than board oversight. I think that's important. I don't think us going around looking for things on the Transparency Hub is equivalent to a report is submitted to us 15 days in advance. They're not the same.
So you're willing to get rid of the substantive restrictions in the ordinance?
Yes. I don't think that, you're reading them as restrictions. I'm not reading them as
pepper spray and tear gas, for example.
Well, we have to report on that. But maybe I'm missing something when you say a restriction. Where
additional things are,
We can refer to my letter if you want.
Yeah.
There are categories, they're listed in there, so. It would be helpful to just work it on.
What page is that again?
It's on page
5.
Page 5 of, sorry, page 8 of the supplemental, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't see in your letter a restriction on use.
There's not.
No, it's a difference with respect to reporting. So that I'm willing to get rid of. I wasn't understanding my position to be impacting the ability to use the equipment at all.
Can you just point to like a specific category here and say which one you're willing to get rid of?
I don't know.
I'm willing to go with the state definition of military equipment. Okay. I'm willing to not get rid of deployment. I think that's important. I'm willing to get rid of geographic impact for reasons I've shared. That Berkeley is no longer very racially diverse. We don't have dense racially impacted neighborhoods anymore the way we used to. Unfortunately, because the city is not diverse anymore.
Do you agree with that, even if they already collect that data and it doesn't require any additional administrative burden?
Well, no, if they don't object to it, I don't object to having them report on it. But if you tell me, if you're just asking how I feel, I think in a city our size, and as unfortunately as undiverse as Berkeley is, I don't know that that's important. The number of days equipment was used and the percentage of those uses, I don't feel really strongly about that. I don't know, no one's been able to answer for me the value of the warrant or the court, and I think there are very few instances of that now. So yeah, I do believe that. I'm willing. I think the impact statement such that it is, I think it's what the text that's in that table is considered the impact statement. I think we should keep that, so maybe that part I would not want to rescind. I don't view that as an impact statement as a description, but. So yeah, all of these, the exigent circumstances, in fact, AB 481 doesn't allow for it, so I don't think our municipal code can allow for something that state law doesn't allow for. Private right of action is nice, but I don't even know that our own private right of action would withstand scrutiny here. So that's the.
Have you looked at the memo that was submitted by John D. Boland, which talks about the substantive differences? For example, the ordinance does not have an exception for assault weapons that are standard issue. The statute has an exception for weapons that are standard issue. The ordinance includes knives attached to firearms and batons 30 inches in length, but the department does not include those. I mean, the statute does not. Handheld pepper spray is excluded in 481, but not in the ordinance. And the ordinance includes LRADs, but unlike 481, it excludes reporting and communicating information during disasters. So there are a number of pieces of equipment that the ordinance includes that the 481 does not include. And we would lose reporting on those things. I'm concerned about scrapping an ordinance for the purpose of, better definition of what a use or deployment is, and or for reporting efficiency.
Can I just take a step back so we can orient where we're at right now? Both of our discussion points so far have been not in favor of rescinding the ordinance, and I want to give an opportunity to anyone to speak to that for a second, that point of agreement between us for a second, in case anyone doesn't agree with that. The second thing is, right now, between the two of these discussion points, is a philosophical difference about, I think that in my letter, I say, here are these substantive differences that strengthen AB 481, and we can keep them. And because it strengthens the purposes of 481 and sets Berkeley above other jurisdictions in that sense. And what I hear by Chair Wilson saying is, and correct me if I'm wrong, is for the purpose of streamlining, we should minimize the differences as much as possible, except where we have, since really important differences. So I think the messaging is different between these two, and the approach is different. But I do want to give an opportunity to anyone who doesn't agree with the repeal versus revision point, because I don't want to gloss over that in this conversation.
Wait, so you're asking for, what are you asking for again?
I'm asking for anyone who disagrees with the fact that we should revise and not recommend revising instead of repealing the ordinance, to say something so I don't gloss over differences that we're currently glossing over.
Well, I'm not in favor of revising the ordinance.
Okay. I accepted that. Let's just say, does everyone agree that we should not recommend rescinding the ordinance? And if you don't, you should say something, because we're going to proceed on the assumption that we all are in agreement about that. And now we're on to the next step about discussing how to recommend revising or not revising it.
I think I support. people.
Okay, and do you want to say any more for?
In speaking with BPD and the review that's required to comply with the ordinance and the seeming whatever, the fact that there are officers who don't actually know what use means or deployed means, I apologize, right? And the fact that that's requiring quite a bit of staff time to review when staff could, I'm sure, be doing better things. I'm very sympathetic to that.
And so if we revise the ordinance to, for example, hypothetically exclude deployments, that concern would disappear, right? There would be no issue with.
Well, right, but then isn't that's kind of the crux of the matter, right? Is the idea that our ordinance contains.
That's the crux of the BPD's issue with it. But I am suggesting our interest in keeping the ordinance is that not just for substantive reporting.
There's the oversight.
There is the entire oversight piece that would be completely disintegrated before our very eyes.
So would you be saying that you could do away with the deployment requirement so long as the oversight requirement was intact?
I'm saying that I would be willing to talk about how to incorporate these, like the definitional differences in order to reduce this extreme administrative burden if we were on the same page about not rescinding this ordinance. Like, I think we're not gonna figure out right now how to streamline the administrative burdens without deployment, without first agreeing with this first principle about revision versus decision.
Right. Yeah.
Could I say here that I think that the use of force policy in itself, which is of course distinct from what we're talking about, but there's always something subjective. There's always some decision making on the ground that officers have to do. And they're trained into how the department sees it. So I don't understand why it is that the chief doesn't believe that officers on the ground have an idea of what the deployment is. If it's unclear what deployment is, there should be significant training on how the management of the department sees deployment. And if they find on a regular basis that officers who report deployment are over-reporting, then that should be corrected at the level of training. I don't understand that should.
The provision, the ordinance provision is really unclear, but I don't think that's realistic, just thinking about the number of officers they have, turnover, new people. It's not the model of clarity what's in here as deployment. So I do think at a minimum, like that should be cleaned up. It's
Add a better definition. I thought that definition you read was.
Well, I mean, it's clearly not working. I mean, because to your point, what I heard from BPD was officers want to make sure that they're not screwing up. So they're overly reporting deployed when they're actually not deploying. And then someone is manually going through videos to actually confirm whether or not a deployment happened. Which is, it doesn't seem very efficient.
well, you've gotten your sense of the board. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I want to give other people opportunity to.
Well, yeah, I just thought, correct me if I'm wrong, but the chief, I've heard on this board talk about we need to clarify the definition of deployment. I don't feel like I heard the chief say that. I felt like her solution was on rescinding it. So I guess I would be more persuaded if she had led with we need to revise, because I feel like that does address a specific challenge we're seeing. Rescinding it, I still don't understand how that what's that solving? Yeah, what's that solving for?
For her, then they don't have to report.
Well, yeah, it's true. I mean, yeah, so.
It solves everything.
So
It just
in terms of
throws the baby out of the bath.
yeah, in terms of just lessening the burden on,
Let me put forward one theory for you. We literally, I don't know if you were here for this, we had this entire fight. You were here for this, right? Yeah. Over whether we could review these instances. And what's not being said is this is happening a month later. This rescission request came out of nowhere. What's not being said is that the reason it doesn't make sense is because 1 + 1 = 3, we have to find the +1 somewhere else. The +1 is our oversight piece. And so, you know, like that is the context here. And like I will send to the director and I will present to the Public Safety Committee where the chief said to me, I question the board's authority under the charter to review these instances. And it will not sound true when she says to the Public Safety Committee, they have authority under the charter when I put that email in front of them. So I really, really do not. I think the missing piece here is that +1 is the oversight component. That's why it doesn't make sense.
One thing that I wanted to raise is that the oversight piece, we've struggled with it because we didn't know what we were supposed to do. How are we supposed to evaluate whether a deployment or use was appropriate? And so that's why we decided, well, we'll just randomly, we'll pick things that, that we want, or we whittled it down to like what, 5, can't remember how many instances, from 50 to something.
Yeah.
But we didn't know how we were supposed to exercise our oversight.
Yeah, this is a new ordinance. This is a 3-4-year-old ordinance. We are still learning how to do that, right?
Right, I'm just saying, that is kind of a problem with the ordinance, that oversight piece. I'm not saying get rid of the oversight piece, I'm just saying it doesn't give a lot of guidance to us about how we're supposed to exercise that authority.
And it says we're supposed to look at every instance, which is an issue that we brought up before. But I think you're really right, Chair. Like, I do think there's a hidden agenda here. That being said, I'm also aware of the realities in which we're operating. Like, very few, if any, of our recommendations and strong objections to any number of things are being sustained by any committee of the council, the full council, anybody else, right? So I'm trying to say, if I take it face value, what is being said, and I think about it as someone who has tried to run an organization, I can see there is some merit to the argument that these two different reports, it's extra duplicative workload, and I do think that definition of deployment is problematic and allows for an argument to be made, even if it's pretextual, if there's really some other thing motivating this. So that's why where I land is, I'm gonna take this at face value, and I'm gonna say, I don't agree with rescission, but I think we could really winnow this down. I want to keep deployment. I think that is important because I personally feel that, if everybody came in here, right, a bunch of officers came in here right now, they didn't point their guns at us. But they kind of, pointed them in that direction. Or held them, I would feel threatened.
Yes.
And as I explained to someone, if any of you have traveled to other countries in the world where.
Or Los Angeles.
Well, yeah, but other countries where I've been, where the police are walking around with huge rifles on the street, it's scary. They're not pointing them at you. That's deployment. And
They're not shooting them with you.
it does create a culture, it does create fear in a community. So I personally feel very strongly that we need to keep deployment, but where I land is I'm willing to get rid of a lot of the other stuff. And I'm willing to define deployment. It's kind of calling the question, I think, back to the chief, like, are you being serious? Because we're really trying to meet you halfway.
No, so it's deployment that she had problems with.
I know.
Not the other stuff.
No,
So that's.
but I think that deployment needs to be retained. I do think it could be better defined.
Yeah, I tend to agree with the vice chair that I think it's more valuable for us to focus on what parts of the ordinance that we want to keep. I agree that I think it is a clear definition of what deployment is, as well as the past oversight. And because I think deployment, use, and the past oversight would be sufficient for us to be able to review not only the military equipment, but also its uses, both deployment as well as use. And I think if you propose that to her and she still rejects it, it forces her to have to explain why she would reject those three criteria.
Well, the thing is that the concern of the department is the part that you have argued should remain. In other words, it's precisely the deployment part that she is using as a reason why we have to rescind it. I mean, to keep the deployment, but get rid of the fact that, you know, certain kinds of rifles are no longer going to be reported on. Those are sort of the crux.
I know, but I understand it as a exorbitant amount of work for her team to have to go back and review and clean up. But the reason why is because there is not a clear definition of what deployment
No,
is.
she said what it was a few times. Okay?
Right, said what it was, and furthermore, that multi-tier review that she's talking about, that's self-imposed. There's nothing in the ordinance that requires that. And so, yeah.
But I mean, even if she knows what deployed is, clearly it's not circulating amongst the rest of the BBT. And then the question is that a good use of BBT time to make sure that they all are working off a common definition for the purpose of reporting for us? When they feel like they're already doing another report.
But if she's defining it, then she should also be defining it for her officers. Yeah, that is an operational problem on her side.
Right, and for all we know, she's trying, and there's, what, 150 officers, and those officers don't want to screw up, right? They want to make sure, so they're gonna be overly conservative, again, what the mothership was saying earlier, right? And then the process of like going through and retraining everybody, you label this as a deployment when you shouldn't have earlier.
I don't think it's just for the reporting though, right? Is there another value for officers to give them a label their conduct? I mean, it must, I can't remember if it's in the use of force policy, but it probably is, right? The concept of deployment, I don't think it's just here for reporting purposes.
I think the reason why deployment is an issue for me is exactly what Vice Chair said. And I think that when an officer is using military equipment in a way that will intimidate or create fear or create some type of response from the community, I think that's a concern. And I think that we should have visibility to that to be able to review it. I think if deployment was defined as it's in the car, or it's in transport, but it poses no perceived or subjective threat, then I think that's a different definition that I would probably be okay doing away with.
That's not included.
It's not.
That's been excluded, those kinds of things.
That's my point. So I think the reason why deployment is important to me is because the way that it is defined, as she defined it, is that deployment is defined in a way that this equipment is used in a way that creates a response by the community that can incite fear or intimidation or what have you. And I think it's important for us as a board to have visibility to those interactions.
And maybe it's really difficult then to come to do a better definition, not better, but one that's less subjective. I think the subjectivity is a challenge.
Right, but I think a lot of those complaints we deal with are subjective. And we are making judgment decisions based upon whether or not we think we have merit. So I don't think that changes anything, but I do think in principle, our responsibility is to ensure public safety for this community and to ensure that the police department is operating within the policy and regulations. And I think that definition around deployment is important, critical.
Just wondering if the sergeant, if you have any thoughts about all this about deployment and, you know, officers understanding the term and when it comes up during the course of their.
Well, I think like the board member said, that there's probably some confusion maybe on the line level officer, because
deployment for us on the officers report is it's a survey in our phone. So we have all of, the stuff that's required by the ordinance for us to note that we use. So probably some of the time consuming may be that the officers are like, yeah, I took my rifle out, but I stood on the perimeter, I never pointed at anybody, but I technically took it out on call. So therefore I think it's a deployment. And so they report it as a deployment. So it would come up in your report as we went to an armed robbery, a rifle deployment, for example. I think it's some of possibly the confusion. There are other instances, for example, me as a sergeant, I document our use of force incidents. So officers may have used their rifle in challenging somebody that was maybe armed with a gun. So yes, they technically either pointed it at the person or had it pointed in the direction while giving clear commands. That's also a deployment in their mind. The actual use of an item is actually where you're either pulling the trigger or you're using a baton to actually strike somebody, or slamming the handcuffs on. So there probably is some confusion in the sense of what's getting reported in the report as what may be a clear definition for that term. Like the chief mentions, it's an actual, in my mind, when it's use of force stuff, it's actually using it to affect an outcome. So in terms of gaining compliance, if somebody was armed, like ordering down on the ground and having the rifle pointed in that direction, things like that. To me, in my mind, that's a deployment, but it may not be the same for a random officer, like you mentioned, you're not trying to mess up, making sure they're recording properly. So that may be coming where some of the staff time is coming in, is the fact that they're having to review and go back and make sure, because every use of force report gets reviewed through the chain, like so everybody's watching the cameras and making sure what actually was deployed and used in the manner that it was reported. So that might be where some of the confusion is with the term deployment. So, I mean, I understand the board's concern about losing that ability to capture that data. But it is captured in the sense of when we actually do use it to affect an outcome, it actually is captured in the use of force reporting.
Can I ask you a question about that? In the use of force reporting, when you make, for example, the annual report quantifies the number of instances of deployment, right? When you do that use of force report, are you manually reviewing body camera in order to ensure that what is being reported is actually a deployment?
Well, I personally, as the supervisor, will review the footage to ensure it's matching the level of use of force that we need to be documented, whether it's 1, 2, 3, and 4, depending on the.
And there's a difference.
But I'm not positive, like the overall department reporting. Me personally, I'm not involved in quantifying or calculating all the data, so I couldn't give you an exact answer on that. But when we are reviewing for our use of force reports, yes, we generally will try and review it to make sure that we're documenting what level of use of force is appropriate for that incident.
And just to put a finer point on it, I think I'm aware of this, but for deployment, there is a particular standard that has to be met in order to use it, right? A particular piece of equipment.
Depending on what the officer, it's based on our use of force policies.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
So there's a standard there,
yeah.
like some reasonable standard.
Yeah, that's objectively reasonable.
And then there's a different standard for deploying it as opposed to using it, right?
Well, there has to be, I could pull it up, but you have to have a reasonable suspicion that something's occurring. We just don't, like, that a crime's going to occur is occurring. So we don't just randomly walk out and just run around with our rifles, right?
Right.
There has to be some mitigating factors for us to deploy that, and most of the times it's either we're dealing with potentially an armed suspect, or we're clearing a building, or something like that.
But what I hear you saying is that because there is a standard that officers have to understand in order to deploy equipment, they have to know when they are deploying equipment and when they're meeting that standard.
Well, what I'm saying in terms of the actual reporting regarding the ordinance.
Yeah.
And So if somebody say was just standing on a perimeter, that's not a use of force because they didn't use it to affect an outcome. But I think some of them might be confusing it that it's deployable under the ordinance because they brought it out of the park.
So is it possible that we map on the definition of deployment to what is a particular use of force reporting requirement right now? And
So I was thinking, because if the supervisor already has to review the footage to confirm, if that's already being reported, then that doesn't mean that the department as a whole has to go back and do it if the supervisors.
Well, not necessarily, because I don't review, as a supervisor, I'm only doing use of force. I don't individually go back and review deployments per the ordinance.
we're saying if we revise the ordinance in order to define deployment as it is currently defined in the use of force policy, you wouldn't have to do that.
There is no definition of the use of force policy.
In order to deploy a weapon, an officer has to meet a particular standard of.
Right, but I have to use a force policy here.
And I don't think there's an actual,
there's no
specified.
The only time the use of force policy talks about a piece of controlled equipment being brought in, or piece of equipment being used is under level 2 firearm. Officers' use of force was limited to the following. This is for reporting purposes. Firearm drawn from the holster or otherwise deployed during an interaction with an individual and or pointed at an individual. That's the only moment in the use of force policy.
Well, that's pretty significant.
And
that's what I'm talking about.
but so it's important because even in the use of force policy, the officer needs to know when they have deployed the weapon in order to report it. So why is it different when we're talking about the ordinance?
Because the ordinance has a particular definition of what deployment is.
So even better, so it's a little less vague. Yeah.
Can you go over your proposal again, because I'm not sure I understand it.
Well, are you talking about?
The use of force, you were just said, combined.
No, I'm saying that right now they have to understand when they're allowed to deploy a weapon. Because there is a particular standard governing use of force for murder.
Mm-hmm.
And the officers know, because they've been trained on when to deploy a weapon. And the supervisors know when that has happened because they're required to review it. And so if we use that definition that she just read in the controlled equipment ordinance, there would be no differentiation, there would be no second.
Well, there is no definition.
No, there is a definition.
In use of force.
No, she just read the
No, that's not.
No, she didn't. That wasn't a definition.
I'm not saying definitionally, I'm saying like in terms of what would be reported on.
Right, well, it seemed correct, and I would have the same thought, there could be some synergy between the use of force policy and this, so that it isn't duplicative. Or some of these issues are resolved because it's already.
But for some reason, it only talks about firearms here, it doesn't talk about LRAD or batons or knives or anything else.
Okay, well, how should we,
Well, I still wanna get on some page about recommend, we gotta go in order. I don't think I heard everyone's thoughts on rescission versus revision. I heard.
I think there's one person that supports rescission.
You mean amendment.
One
Revision
person
versus
supports rescission.
Amendment, if the amended wouldn't be revised, right? I mean, just the terminology.
Sorry, it's like repeal versus amend.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, repeal. So do you want to take a vote on repeal so then we can move on?
Yeah, I do. And then I want to talk about the particulars after that, because we have to.
Okay, because we got.
Yeah, you're right.
You want to make a motion, board member?
Boswell Charco.
Boswell Charco.
Okay.
Okay.
So I guess it would be, I would move to repeal.
To recommend.
Right, well, right, okay, yeah, I would move to recommend repealing Berkeley Municipal Code. Chapter 18. Is that right?
Yeah, I think it's 2.10. Okay, so do we have a second?
Okay. There's no second.
There we go. Got it, bye.
All right, so now do you want another motion?
Yeah.
All right, I'll make a motion to amend,
Recommend.
recommend amendment of municipal code section.
Well, this is the other point, is the question of, should we amend or should we recommend not amending? But yeah, okay. Anyway, yeah, we should go.
Wait, because what's the other option after amend
Oh,
versus?
I'm leaving it as it, not amending at
I
all.
don't think there's any hope that they're gonna leave it as it is.
I know, but we can still vote. Do you want to make that motion?
I would like to vote, I make the motion that we accept the chair's recommendation. That we, do not recommend repealing the, ordinance. But that we recommend combining the reports for the ordinance and. AB 481 into one report,
Part of my
adjusting the timeline.
Yeah, part of my recommendation though is there are some red lines that are contemplated. For example. And I just want to make this clear so everyone's on the same page of what's in my letter. Revising the timeline so it's clear, as we talked about earlier, but also making it so that it's permissive as opposed to mandatory for us to review to do a compliance review so that we're not overwhelmed by administratively having to do this every year the same way. Changing the name from controlled equipment to military equipment in order to make it clearer. Consistent with AB 481.
Was that in your?
It is.
Oh.
Yeah, it's gonna put there.
Okay, that's right.
My letter references a red line that has not been written yet, and I just want everyone to be aware of that, that's what we're voting on that as well. As long as we agree on the substance of what the red line would be. Those are the three things that I mentioned in the letter itself, and if there are additional red lines, we should talk about them before voting on the letter, because I think there are some additional revisions that could be made to the letter itself.
What's the timing on all this?
We need to vote on it, because it's going to the committee next week.
Chair, just a point of order quickly. There was a motion to recommend the amendment to section of the MC 200. Is that motion been carried forward or is it being withdrawn? Just because there's a.
Yeah, that was Vice Chair.
I withdrew it because I think we were gonna do a motion to not amend. I thought you were gonna do it.
Yeah.
Oh.
You had a motion going and Vice Chair also had a motion, she withdrew it. You had another motion.
My motion is to accept your recommendations.
Right, but I wanna make sure we know what my recommendations are before
Yes.
voting on it. That's why I'm clarifying this.
I appreciate that. Say it again.
So I think there are three main things that I was recommending is one, just clarifying the timeline and the fact that it's a single report. Two, cosmetically changing the name of it so that it's not health control versus whatever, military, just the name of military equipment. Three, making our review permissive as opposed to mandatory. So that we're not forced to do something that we, or review every single piece of equipment that is reported on, every year. Those are the three main things.
What was your thinking on number 3? Sorry.
Yeah, so right now the ordinance says that we shall review each piece of controlled equipment in order to determine something. I don't have the language in front of me exactly. It's cited in the letter. But it's just essentially changing shall to may. And so instead of doing a review that it's very difficult to do of all 60 elements, and analyzing whether each of these incidents matches the standards that are set forth in both AB 41 and the ordinance, that we can do it on a discretionary level, based on priorities that we set. Like this year, we set priorities about reviewing a certain equipment and seeing if it matched the use policy, for example.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So you're asking that BPD continues to create a report that they're saying is onerous, while at the same time, instead of us having to review it for oversight, we can choose to do so or not.
They would have to create a report regardless. Right.
Yeah, I understand that.
But not extensive.
I guess what they're trying to understand is that why is this so important? it's like, it's really important that we keep the ordinance intact. But then the one thing that you wanna amend is the permissive use, is to review it permissively.
Not to review the report permissively, but to do the individual compliance review with each control.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not to review the report. We still, we're not changing the language of the fact that we shall amend the report.
Okay.
Or, sorry, shall review the report. That's not changed. We're still required to do that within a certain time frame, so.
Okay.
It's this language, right now it says, the police accountability board shall determine, based on the report, whether each piece of controlled equipment has complied with the standards. So I think that's the difficulty for us, is each piece.
Yeah, well, I think it's a difficult one to do too.
Well, this is our duty, is to, and it's, yeah.
Okay, so so you've made a motion, you've clarified what that means, right? So then do we
Yeah.
need a second?
It's a motion to accept the chair's recommendations and their large.
Yeah.
Can I make a friendly amendment? There are a couple of cosmetic changes to the letter, for example, changing highly to strongly. That I would like to make that is not currently revised in here.
Okay, so it's delegating to the chair the authority to make technical amendments to the letter.
Yeah, my concern is primarily with your concluding recommendation.
Which is,
Not the whole, which is not to rescind, but to produce one report and adjust the timeline and
yeah,
so forth.
okay. You should just re.
Then we wouldn't be giving up anything, right?
Yes,
We wouldn't be giving up anything under the ordinance except for your words.
Okay, can you just revise them or revive the motion?
Yeah, my motion is not to rescind the ordinance, but to recommend not to rescind the ordinance, but for the BPD to produce one report. So as to reduce the duplicative nature of reporting. And to adjust the timeline of the AB, what is it?
Can we just say adopt the recommendation in the letter? That would make it.
Yes,
Okay.
I thought you wanted to read the word.
No.
Adopt the recommendations in the letter, including the red line, climate change, timeline, making it permissive, making it, they were not the review permissive, but every single item permissive. And what was the third thing?
I thought we were just doing recommendations in the letter.
Just say recommendations in the letter.
Okay,
They're all.
that's it.
And delegating was the
And
final.
delegating to the chair fixing any typos or cosmetic word changes.
Chair, your letter does not suggest amendments to the Berkeley ordinance though, correct?
So it does, but that's what we've been talking about. So if you look at let me just clarify. We haven't had a second yet. So on the last sentence of the first paragraph of page 5 of the supplemental. First paragraph, yeah, it says attached to this letter is a red line of the PAB's recommended revision for the committee's convenience. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
And so what I'm saying is that red line was not finished before we needed to submit the supplemental. So what I did was I included the substantive revisions in the letter without actually the red line. And so the substantive revisions are, for example, footnote 1. We recommend revising the references throughout BMC 2.100 from controlled equipment to military equipment to align with AB 41 and eliminate any confusion. So that's the first one that I was referring to.
Right.
But then so it, on the last page, the first full paragraph, the second to last sentence, we remain open to discussing modifications to substantive requirements within the joint EABPD committee. So I don't know how you could then have a draft of something and then say, we're open to discussing modification. I mean, I guess I feel like it's kind of saying two different.
Those committees, like we could come back in a year after having a lot of input. Our vehicle pursuit one took 9 months. You know, like in order to come up with an actual process and review, in order to understand everything and make a substantive recommendation, like I'm suggesting we actually engage in the process that we've engaged in for every policy review that we've done.
So can we vote on this motion?
We haven't had a second yet, but
I didn't understand, Chair, what your response to Julie was.
yeah, I'm saying that right now, the ordinance is on the chopping block because it's gonna be scheduled before the committee. And so what I'm saying is temporarily, here's taking the department's issues on their face. Here's our temporary fix. We will discuss with them a permanent fix and we'll come back to you with more recommendations. Like that's sort of like, that's the thrust of what I'm saying.
Because another option would be just to recommend that they amend the ordinances and we work with the department to that end, but you're saying that you take.
Well,
I don't think you haven't written something yet, and I just don't think. I don't know, it seems to me to be putting the cart ahead of the horse, possibly, especially since we haven't looked at it. And then to be saying we're open to discussions to modify it. But here, we want you to do this. So
No, I know what you're saying, like.
Yeah.
I actually disagreed with that part of the letter. It's the only part I disagreed.
Which part did you disagree with?
That after all is said and done, said we be open to having a conversation and modifications. That didn't really make sense to me.
But if we could get them to postpone the repeal and say, look, we strongly believe that this ordinance should not be repealed, but amended, and we will work for that end. We have ideas.
Let me tell you why I framed it the way I did. It's because the department didn't agree to this.
Yeah.
That's the reason. I mean, like they want a rescission, and so that's the current fight that we're having. And so once the council decides we're not going to repeal it, but we will revise it, they have to come to the table if not. But
Right, but couldn't we just ask them to do that?
I did, we did. That's the like. If the chief wants to email me tomorrow and say, we're gonna we agree with revising the deployment part piece and we'll
No,
withdraw.
I know, but we're asking council. Now we're asking council.
Well, I mean, like we could make it conditional on the chief saying no again after this conversation, but I mean, like.
But it could, I mean, I guess to your point, like it could be that, a recommendation to modify the text of the ordinance they could take our recommendation that they could do instead in lieu of your people. Even though the BPD doesn't want to do that. And it would pack more punch. Potentially, I don't know.
Well, I missed the question, sorry.
I was just restating what you were saying, which is just that if instead we suggested a modification of the ordinance.
Which is what the letter is doing in some respects.
Well, yeah, maybe, I'm in particular thinking about the term and the vagaries around deployment and honing in on that.
I know, like I said, I'm happy to signal to the council and to the public safety committee that we're open to coming up with a joint, we're willing to look at it further.
In the future.
In the future.
I think you should make that clear in the letter. In the future, we're not proposing now that we all get together again.
That's why I don't think we ought to attach draft language, because if they see it and they go, they don't like this, but if we're just saying conceptually, don't rescind it, it needs to be amended. And we will work to that end rather than saying, here it is, they're going, no, thank you. So I think we have a better chance of success if we don't propose specific language right now, but make the arguments, that you're making. I think they're very valid arguments.
I mean, the reason I want, at least for example, the timeline thing, that's an easy fix that we can recommend. I mean, it's a very easily adoptable.
Right, I'm just saying I wouldn't put draft language to say, agree to this, just that at that, for example, these amendments we're proposing.
The reason I feel like last time I came before the public safety committee, last time before it came council, they said, where's the
And I said,
That's always been the case.
and I said, okay, like, well, next time I come before you, I'm gonna give you a red line and you, so you can say yes or no to it, you know?
That's often, yeah. Okay, well, we don't know what to do with this, we've never been mine, yeah.
Yeah, and so, like, that's why I'm like, okay, now every time we come before you, I'll come up with a red line for you.
But to be clear, the red line would be these three things, the change of the name, the timeline for the reports, and the permissive.
That's it, and that's why, like, I wanna flag for the board what we're voting on substantively, so that we're not surprised when it goes before
Right.
the committee.
I only think that you need to adjust the language about we're open to modifications, because that's not what your recommendation says.
I'm signaling that we're open to future revisions, like.
Okay, talk about future.
Yeah, I'll put feature in there. Okay. Alright, I feel like we're getting to a place where, can we just say the motion again for
I move that we recommend, according to what the chair has put together here, including the 3 red line amendments. Not to repeal the ordinance, but to produce one report. And delegate to him the writing of the final letter and.
Do we have a second?
I second.
Yeah, I'll proceed with the roll call vote. Board Member Calvita,
Yes.
Board Member Lethwich,
Yes.
Board Member Wells,
Abstain.
Board Member Evans,
yes.
Board Member Bozo.
No.
Vice Chair Wilson.
No.
How many votes do we need?
4.
Okay.
And Chair Cayetano.
Yes.
So the motion received 4 yeses, 2 noes, and 1 abstain. The motion carries. Again, as both as a reminder, members of the public, we do have a leave of absence today, which reduces the number of votes needed to pass the motion.
All right, good job.
Okay, great.
Later.
Let's go on to the next item, which is another big item. Does anyone need a bathroom break really quick before we go to the next one? Can we take 3 minutes off the record? For people to use the bathroom, or 2 minutes maybe?
Okay, I will be back shortly. We are back, Chair.
Okay, we got a quick bathroom break. We go to 9E now, discussion and action regarding the proposed response to BPD surveillance acquisition report and proposed use policies for external object surveillance cameras. Director.
I'm here. I'm going to yield to our analysts, and then I'll fill in anything or add any additional commentary.
Thank you, Director. Last time we discussed this item, board delegated to us with the support of board member Edmonds to essentially summarize the various concerns that the board had brought to the attention in regards to the external fixed surveillance cameras. The letter that we have on page 22 of the packet summarizes the concerns that have been expressed as part of that discussion, including concerns over vendor blocks practices and the risks to the sanctuary commitments of the city regarding their data storage and who they share that with. One aspect that was briefly addressed by the chief earlier on was in regards to the whether there was a competitive process for the RFP and what the vendor comparisons were and what considerations were taken. Again, the policy gaps and the data access controls regarding how data uses and stores the data, as well as how we, the city, will use that data. Additional concern was the general lack of public engagement prior to the vendor change. So with those concerns being summarized, the recommendations that, or rather many recommendations that would bring forward, one would be to not approve the acquisition at this time, and deferring the approval of the block camera until the concerns that are expressed in the letter are addressed, or there's meaningful public engagement. The second one, again, partially addressed by the chief regarding the competitive RFP process and what that looked like before block was named the vendor. And the alternative recommendations with that additional protection to the policies by amending the acquisition and use policy. We do provide some language that could, in our assessment, strengthen the current policies that we stand. One aspect that we have flagged with the new cameras, bringing new technology, not originally contemplated by the original policy, which wasn't updated this time around. So our proposed language provides what those amendments or those changes to look like. And on page 26 through 27, we provide a red line to the particular sections. We recommend amending as an alternative. Lastly, one aspect that we felt needed additional clarification was just generally how would these new plot systems interact with the existing technology within the city to justify the use of that specifically for these cameras and proposed for other vendors. I'll pass it back to the director for any additional comments that I might have missed.
No additional, but I'll pass it off to the board member if you want us to add some additional commentary here.
Yeah, that's what
Okay. Any questions from board members?
I would just appreciate a brief overview of the like a background, because I am not tracking what this is. So these are not the ALPR, these are the fixed surveillance cameras. The department is wants to change the vendor for the cameras from Edgeworth to Block. Do we know why?
So the event that triggered the change of vendor was that there wasn't essentially proper screening for what the city's capabilities were at the intersections in terms of the wattage that was used by the city.
So they couldn't actually use the Edgeworth camera.
Correct.
So the block cameras meet the technical requirements.
Yes.
Right. And when the concern that's been expressed about competitive bidding, is that because there's a particular concern about flop? There's a concern about cost? Is it much more expensive than Edgeworth? What is the issue around competitive bidding? Yeah.
Director?
What is the concern? Or I'm sorry, the question is it what the chief said tonight or why we're flagging that as an issue here.
Yeah, why are you flagging it as an issue here?
Okay, so it seemed, and I brought this when the council initially discussed it. It seemed, in my assessment at the time, that it wasn't abundantly clear how we got from this vendor Edgeworth not able to meet the contract to we already identified another vendor, but this vendor has considerably different capabilities, and now it could potentially integrate with Flock in a way that wasn't contemplated. So our concern here was, well, is Flock the only vendor that could potentially do what Edgeworth was supposed to do? And if it's not, then why didn't we have a proper RFP process here? So that wasn't made abundantly clear from the discussion how it was sort of streamlined into Flock is going to be our replacement vendor.
I have a question. Was there a competitive process when Edgewood was selected as the initial vendor for the cameras?
I don't think
you heard.
Yeah. Please repeat it in your microphone.
Director, did you catch that? The question was if we're aware if there's a competitive process when Edgeworth was.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't sure if the question was for me, but analyst, didn't we look into this, whether there was a competitive process?
Yes, and there was the contract procurement process that went into place. I don't have the exact details of that contract with me at this time. But as part of the procurement, you are supposed to compare other vendors and whether they meet the specs and whether they're the most cost efficient option.
I guess I would just put my 2 cents out there. I'm not familiar with the term that you used, but I am familiar with government leverage purchasing agreements. And the point of it is that you piggyback on RFPs and pools of vendors that other municipal or state or federal agencies have done. And it is an efficiency exercise that many local governments engage in, so that you don't have to go do full-blown RFPs for every procurement. So I'm a little uncomfortable suggesting they need to do that, because it sounds like they're using that sort of government leverage purchasing agreement approach, where you do get pricing typically from multiple entities as part of that without having to do an RFP. I think that concerns separately that are raised more substantively about information sharing and privacy, and I think that's sufficient. I guess I don't feel like we need to kind of dictate how we need to procure vendor. So my take on that.
If I made sure, just a quick point of clarification on there. So I think the concern that we just flagged, it was contextual. So I agree with you. We have also used that piggyback riding process in our office as well, because it does allow us to streamline. What we were concerned about here, given Flock's current scrutiny that's publicly in the media, whether this was going to be the appropriate vendor given our city values and such, and if there were concerns there, would an RFP not have been more appropriate? Is this the only vendor that could accomplish? So I think we were trying to do it contextually, but we don't disagree with the notion that when possible, we could streamline some of these bureaucratic processes.
Director, I have another question. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I understand that Flock has additional capabilities beyond what Edgeworth had, but that doesn't mean that BPD has to use those additional capabilities. Do you have clarity whether or not they intend to use those additional capabilities or not?
It was my understanding that will be consistent with whatever city ordinance and the sanctuary status and the state law. I think though the concern was the data collection aspect and the dragnet the way that this particular system and vendor has been working. So To answer your question, I don't know that the department is signaling that it's going to go outside of any policies in the city ordinance and or state law here. It was more concerned about once this vendor has his data, how could it potentially be misutilized given the current climate?
Okay, thank you.
I see the rationale for competitive RFP, but I agree that it's not the main thrust of what the recommendation is. Does anyone have any thoughts on the number 4, lack of published process prior to vendor change?
I
agree.
I don't know that you would need a public process for having the vendor.
Number 4, I don't see number 4.
Number 4 is on page 23.
Yeah. I don't particularly have an issue with it. I remember when this issue came up when I first joined the board. And to me, it was, what was stated was that Block was of the replacement vendor addressing a very specific technical issue. And it just so happens that Flock has additional capabilities. And I don't know what the procurement process is, but I'm also aware that the name Flock Safety definitely raises a certain level of heightened concern around privacy versus Edgewood. Or Edgeworth.
Yeah, I guess like
Did you expand on that?
Well, for example, like we personally have Flock safety cameras in our neighborhood. And the residents pay for them to be there. But I'm also aware that there is a heightened concern related to data collection and how that data collection is being used or distributed with Flock Safety as opposed to Edgeworth.
Because of Flock's reputation or just because?
Because of Flock's reputation. I don't know if these things have actually happened, but
Right.
Flock does have a reputation that they have shared data with other federal agencies.
Yeah.
Right. Although it would be.
But I will also say, as a person who is paying into a Flock system, we have not had that experience. And we only use it specifically to capture license plate readers. That's what we use our Flock safety cameras for.
Well, I would just say that, alternative recommendation 3 on page 24, that the one that resonated with me.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, like put real restrictions on it and because we don't want them sharing data.
And I just think in general, we should keep things as simple as we can to maximize our chances of getting a positive result.
Yeah, I have a technical question to ask. Is it possible for the data to just be collected on servers that are owned by the city of Berkeley and it's locally housed?
That would mean we had a really incredibly robust IT department.
Right. But I don't know the answers to that, but I'm just asking like.
It's in your power.
Yeah,
the question was posed to me too.
okay,
It's a good question.
yeah,
I generally think it's a good question.
yeah, like, I mean, I think that would be like if we could do it, like an easy remedy.
Is it too early to make a motion?
Has everyone felt heard
Uh,
of this?
well, this also resonates with me in this language, but also, I had brought this up when we first, I don't know, a couple of years ago now at least, talked about these fixed cameras, including the ALPR cameras. I do think there ought to be something here, not only about ICE, but about sharing with states that are interested in limiting reproductive freedom. We talked about that and it actually resonated with some members of council.
Right.
And so I think that we could add that to this limitation if we go this way.
I think that's a good idea.
Because what I had read in the media was that Flock cameras, that Flock had shared some data with law enforcement in Texas. who were tracking a woman into California seeking an abortion. And so there's a real life concern.
I don't understand why it feels to me like the sentence before the red line would make the red lines moot. Because it says that it can't be shared with federal immigration enforcement officials, which would be ICE. It doesn't address your thing on abortion. But federal immigration enforcement officials, I don't see how ICE would be classified as federal immigration officials.
The last sentence adds something though, saying that it should be included in the contract.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess it would be curious to me if they were entering into a contract where the vendor didn't adhere to the policy. Like, what's the point of the policy? You know what I mean? Like, if the vendor is in violation of that policy, we would, as a city, I think, not do business with them because they're violating the policy that we established for these kinds of cameras in the first place.
Are you saying the second, you don't think the second sentence is necessary?
I'm saying so my understanding is when I'm looking at page 26, prohibited activity, all this stuff in black is already part of our policy. And the part that's not is what's in red. And there's a suggestion to add the red section. And I'm saying that red section feels redundant to me when you read the sentence before it.
When you say, or in red, when it says federal agency involved in immigration enforcement versus federal immigration enforcement officials, that reads to me a little broader. Because we've seen Trump do this, right? Like use federal agencies that don't historically, they do immigration enforcement and hold them into immigration enforcement activities.
That's right.
Well, okay, it says, may not be, right now it says, intents may not be shared with federal immigration enforcement officials. And then it says, no data or footage obtained by the surveillance technology may be shared with
Any federal agency.
or accessed by any federal agency involved in immigration enforcement, including but not limited to ICE. I
would strike that sentence and say any federal agency.
Well, that would be different than what it says right now.
I think that's what it should say.
Okay.
Because there are multiple agencies beyond ICE and CBP that are involved in immigration enforcement.
All right, so just put a period after federal agency.
Right.
And then add another sentence about other states. For jurisdictions regarding reproductive rights, that seems very specific. What I'm saying, it addresses something we know is an issue today, not the issue tomorrow, which could be some other thing that you're doing, so that's the only hesitation I have about it.
Well, and likewise, I mean, it could be that sharing, it would seem to me reasonable for the purposes that we're a sanctuary city, that you wouldn't share data as it relates to entities involved in immigration enforcement, but there could be broader federal agencies where we would want to share the data that has nothing to do potentially with immigration though, right?
So there's, I have some background just because of what I'm doing on the Sanctuary City Task Force and helping to revise or make recommendations on the ordinance right now. And there's a federal law that actually prohibits, I'm gonna read right here. 8 U.S.A. 1373 is a federal statute that prohibits local and state governments and agencies from enacting laws or policies that limit communication with DHS about information regarding the immigration or citizenship status of individuals. The statute prohibits such policies, but does not contain any specific requirement or specific action. And so the way that sanctuary city ordinances get around that specific federal law is by doing two things. They include a savings clause, something like unless required by federal law. and or they limit the collection of data because it doesn't impose any requirement on collecting data. And so this bridges to my point about why isn't there a revision about or a recommendation on a 30-day retention policy similar to the ALPR system. Anyway, so like we have to, there's like other things that are going on in this like immigration law space that would impact this recommendation that I wanted to flag for us.
So basically, we can't have this language.
Where did this language come from? That's my question, I guess, like, do you know?
I mean, the existing language or?
Right now, the red line.
The red line came from you guys, right?
Staff.
Director?
Yes, we introduced that language and then we shared it with the board member.
Okay, yeah, I mean, like. Yeah, so that's my.
Do you think this is premature? And what's the timing on this?
Yeah.
The same.
The same as one before council.
Okay.
So you're saying the way you can effectuate it is to say you're not gonna keep the data.
Yeah, 30 days.
So you keep it for 30 days without it. Or we keep the data on city.
Or, yes, and then, yeah, and then they can physically.
Right.
But they still will have the same issue.
Yeah.
If the federal government doesn't ask for it. So.
I mean, the way to like get around it is, but I say unless required by federal. Like that's an easy addition, and then you add the part about data retention, and those two things together would.
Okay, sounds like you have a motion to make.
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, I want to make sure that I agree with what you had said earlier about resonating with number 3 and not so much number 1. I don't know if the council will agree with us about holding off entirely in light of. But I do agree that what is achievable and desirable is this revision. So.
Yeah, I think there's a public safety need for block safety plans, which is why residents personally pay to have them. But I also believe that if there's language in place to ensure that the data that's being collected, I think is one limited in scope based upon the original, I think the original intent from BPD, and that there's language and how that data is being kept, how it's being kept, and how long we're storing it for, I think is sufficient.
30 days seems really quick to me.
There's exceptions for in the, so I mean, like we take the language from the LPR policy. The LPR policy is 30 days, but there's exceptions for an investigation, for an example.
Okay, I'm gonna make a motion. Okay.
Okay, you're
I'm
welcome
gonna make a motion that we're gonna accept the alternative recommendation. I think it's just called alternative recommendation. With, delegating to the chair and the director to finalize the language to ensure that we are compliant with existing federal law. So that would be the savings clause, add the savings clause, and to import a data retention schedule in alignment with ALPRs.
And what about?
And to add something about not sharing mistakes, for the purposes of limiting reproductive freedom.
Do you accept that?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Okay, I need a second.
I'll second.
Sorry, could we read the motion by Vice Chair Wilson? And seconded by.
Board member Wentworth. And going on what it is.
Okay. Do the roll call vote, Board Member Calvita?
Yes.
Board Member Lethwich?
Yes.
Board Member Wells?
Yes.
Board Member Adams?
Yes.
Board Member Bill Turco?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wilson?
Yeah.
And Chair Gaetano?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, 9. Discussion and action on the 2024 PAB ONCA annual report. Director.
Okay, so the report is not presently before you. Right now we're at a crossroads. So we had mapped out a plan to get it to council by July 22nd. They are holding a special meeting slot for us. So right now, It has been legally reviewed by the city attorney's office, and it has received some revisions and review by the liaisons, the vice chair, and board member Wells. At this point, though, because there's no meeting until no regular meeting scheduled, we need to make a decision whether we're gonna have a special meeting to bring this and vote on this only this report before July 22nd, or if we're going to inform council that we will not be able to present July 22nd. I personally would advise that we should not look to cancel July 22nd. There's a lot of internal coordination that happens. We did inform council, and we potentially displace another city department or commission from utilizing that special meeting time. And it also just it doesn't make us look good if we're canceling council meetings like that. But if it cannot logistically be done, then we need to have that conversation and make that notification to council.
Can I ask a question, Director?
Yes.
Did we have a special meeting last year on the annual report?
No.
I believe we did. Analyst Murillo, do you know? Do you have the record on that, or do you recall?
I don't recall, but that sounds familiar. I believe we did have a special meeting for this item.
Okay. I wasn't here at the board meeting where we discussed that, so it was news to me. I don't remember it from last year either.
So when would this be ready?
Yeah, good question.
So we thought it was ready. I think one of the broader issues here, and I don't want to conflate matters, but you asked the question. There are some philosophical differences that I think happen between what the office believes should be in the report and or how to communicate it, and how the board believes it should be reported out. I think based on these last 2 years doing this, we need to get to a point to ask council to just do 2 reports, and I think that'll be cleaner. But in my review, it was ready to go for this, but we were not in alignment with some things, and I wanted to make sure that we had the opportunity. If we can resolve that within the next few days, potentially we can have the meeting next week.
Aligned with who?
Internally, I think.
Internally,
In-
well, it's also alignment with myself and vice chair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I don't personally feel like it's gonna be ready, but I don't know what you feel, board member Wells. And I guess I would say it's important, when we get something that's supposed to be a final product, at a minimum, things like there's not inconsistent numbers between different sections of the report. And that there are some real problems there, aside from philosophical differences, but there are philosophical differences, including, I think one that I suggested, Director, that you raised today, this kind of advocacy around adding a deputy director and chief investigator for the office. I do think it's important for the board to talk about that. And I agree with you, it's like an artificial level of tension in that we're supposed to be doing like some combined report. I do think a better approach may be to do, and I'm not sure we're precluded from doing 2 separate reports right now, maybe, I don't know. But I think that's kind of the tension is, like, I personally am not comfortable advocating for these additional positions.
I mean, should we just discuss some of these things now?
Well,
I know, we need,
it's 10:06 and you guys didn't get any of the material, so I don't know.
there's like a procedural issue here where there is a philosophical difference. I would have preferred that we vote on it. And so that we were ready to present at the meeting, right? So that when we say like, we're ready to go, we're ready to go. I don't wanna.
Because maybe you need more guidance. It sounds like if there's some internal dispute,
We need to vote.
Yeah, let's let the board decide on that, so.
So I agree. So I just personally feel that I'm not sure, I actually really get, not wanting to inconvenience the council, other city departments, that it's a bad look. I do understand that, and I'm very sympathetic, and I'm sorry about that, because I will own that it took me like 10 days to turn around the latest drop, so I wanna own that. But I don't think we're really honestly gonna be ready for the 22nd. I don't think it's worth like rushing as another special meeting and all of that. So I personally am saying, thanks to council or city clerk's office, we aren't gonna be ready. We'll do it after the recess. And then we can have a special meeting during the recess, which I think we said we needed anyway to talk about the regulation.
We can redo.
And let's just bring the report, a good solid draft with the sort of differences in the recommendations, and just hash it out in a way that's not making everybody feel super stressed out. I don't know.
When do we need to get it to council in time, if we stuck with the original date?
That's a question for me. I'm sorry. So
Yeah.
the 22nd, this is special meeting, so they do, they don't have to do the 72 hours. But Jose, do you know when they would post it for the 22nd meeting, or when did we get any guidance from the clerk
They
on
would-
that?
Even though the notice hearing requirements for 24 hours, the clerks post the Thursday before any meeting. So the agenda packet itself will also be posted on that Thursday.
So what's the date that we're looking at?
So we would be looking at the 22nd. The agenda packet would be posted on the 17th, and our report would have to be done before that.
Well, that's probably not gonna happen at 17th.
No, I don't think that's realistic.
Yeah,
So I'm agree with the director that I'm not in favor of asking the council to move our meeting, and I would prefer that we figure it out this week, if possible.
this week,
Yeah,
I mean, like, the next 2 days.
yeah,
Don't we have to give, how much notice do we?
24 hours.
We only have to do 24 hours of a meeting?
Yeah, for a special.
You're saying Friday, I mean, we've got a regulations committee meeting Friday, you're saying ultimately,
Are you talking about holding a special meeting in the next week?
this week, I was
It's
saying.
all holding a special meeting.
Well, no, I mean, there's other, I need to like figure out what our options are first. Do we need to vote on the annual report?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay. Then
plus we should,
we
I mean,
should,
we should,
I know, but we then need to not just vote, we need to give time for
right?
you guys to read it. Exactly.
Well, let me ask this, would it make sense to distribute it in its current form?
We should have done it today.
Right,
And then you guys read it, I mean, Vice Chair and I are pretty much aligning on the same page with where it's been and with where it's at and what we think is needed. But I think that it might be more helpful for you all to read it.
no,
And so that you have context and she and I can explain to you our rationale and what those philosophical differences are.
So did you have a revision to the latest, like, did you have 2 versions ready to go for this meeting?
A red line.
You did?
Yeah,
Okay,
but I'm not gonna say it's ready to go. I just sent it yesterday.
that's what I meant, like, but you had a difference, you had 2 versions that, okay.
Yeah, but
I wish we could have just voted on it, honestly, and we would have had to say this discussion.
okay, well. What, I think maybe, I don't know if you need to make a motion. I'm gonna strongly say, I don't think we can keep the 22nd. But
If we want it done right.
I don't, and I don't think it's worth it. Maybe I don't understand the implications of our reputation.
how
I don't
long,
understand the reputational implications.
how long is this stuff?
I think it's 40
40?
pages.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Roughly.
I guess like if we decide to tell council that we're gonna move it, I might send a letter myself explaining some of the reasons, because I don't feel
What would you
comfortable.
say?
I don't know, it wouldn't be on behalf of the board, it'd be on behalf of me, like, just apologizing, like, or I don't know, like, I haven't figured out, I don't understand the whole context of what's going on right now, because I haven't been involved in these discussions.
Why, it's just a matter, because you just think it's such a poor form.
Yeah, I do.
So is that the meeting, council's meeting anyway on the 22nd?
They're having a special meeting for our annual report.
I thought that was when they're.
Yeah, so that's how it's structured. The annual report is at 3 p.m. and then the council meeting is at 6 p.m. And
Oh, I see.
And do you, I don't know, I don't think it's so crazy or such bad form. I mean, I don't know, and I don't know in this context, but I don't think it's unusual. We just got the department's annual report right now. Like, these things take time, and it takes time. We didn't meet the deadline either.
when is the department's supposed to present their annual report to council? Do we know?
The military,
No, their annual report.
That we just got in the email, probably.
their annual report's already been presented, the military equipment report's the one.
Yeah, their annual report was presented in May.
Oh, yeah.
It's just in order for us to stick with that deadline, we can't meet this week. I mean,
No.
Can we meet on Monday?
I know, I've got another board meeting in the afternoon. I mean, maybe people would have to.
I'm gonna poll Monday and ask if people are available to meet to discuss both the annual report for an hour.
Well, okay, are we assuming that something would be ready for us by Monday?
They would have to.
Well,
right, but how can it be ready?
Can you guys work on it between now and Monday?
But they need our feedback to work.
No, but it sounds like there's things like the misnumbering and others.
We provided feedback yesterday. No, what they would do is they would send their two versions and we would vote on it. That's what.
We would vote on the two different versions.
No,
No, it
that's
doesn't
not,
sound like that.
it's not two different versions, it's
one
common.
version,
It's
yeah, those.
It's not
it's
really.
questions of like, why is it here, it's statements like, there's an entire section missing on personnel complaints, you should add it, so it's
Oh.
not two different complete versions.
Yeah, I don't think it's a philosophical difference. I think it is structurally not right. Like,
Okay.
there's just missing information, missing content.
We're not ready to vote on it.
We can vote on the recommendations, that's what I suggested to the director today, but he felt that it was important for you all to have the context of the entire report. We could give the report as it is, with all the comments and everything.
Yeah.
Just for the purpose of deciding on the recommendation.
Or you could just send us the recommendations.
oh, you can ask, you can ask.
Yeah, the recommendations part.
I
But
mean, like,
even with that, I would like to see the whole report. I don't want us to produce something that isn't good.
I mean, like.
I mean, that's embarrassing too, right?
Why-
It's embarrassing,
yeah,
you can't
I
see it,
agree.
but it's also
I agree.
embarrassing not to have a great.
I think it was more embarrassing to produce a report that is not reflective of the work that we've accomplished.
Yeah, I think so too. So if it sounds like it's so far from being ready.
Well, I don't know how far it has been, right, but we just sent a bunch of comments in yesterday. I see the director has his hand up. I thought it was better than the last version, but not that it is like done.
Yeah, let's hear from the director.
Well, I would just say that this is the crux of the issue because we're characterizing it in different viewpoints. Like you are in respectfully, like what is being suggested here is that we submitted something like wasn't thought out, wasn't considerate of the feedback, but that's not our view. In fact, we substantially changed it to accommodate what was being asked for us, and we had like consistent advice on brevity, then we elongated it. So we're trying to meet the board and the liaisons where we're at, but now we're just at this point where it's like, okay, we did what was asked, and even now it's being characterized as something totally different. So which is why I didn't want to get into a substantive discussion, because you just need to see it and then make that assessment yourself, rather than it's kind of like what the one side is saying and the other side is saying.
Is it possible to submit the last version of the annual report that you circulated, and then for us to discuss the comments that were made and then vote on that on Monday?
But what are we voting on, the comments?
We would be whether to incorporate the recommendations. But I mean, like, what essentially they are is like, there's a report, and we, at this meeting, right, we make recommendations we just made recommendations on the letter that I wrote. It would be the same thing.
the 40-page document. I don't,
I know, well, but, so,
I feel comfortable delegating the task to the subcommittee and the director and the policy analyst to get it. I don't personally feel the need. I trust that group of people to produce the product, and I don't feel the need to vote on it.
but we have to vote on it, I thought.
Are we required to vote on this?
The entire board,
Approved by the board.
the board can't delegate.
Yeah, you've delegated your authority in different, so as I would say if the full board delegates that authority for approval, I would say that's consistent, but with other practices.
Well, that's an option.
I would be in favor of that option, and with the expectation that it gets submitted by the deadline, so we don't have to move it.
What, I'm sorry, repeat the option, what do we do?
The option is the subcommittee consists of the vice chair and board member Wells. And working together with the director and the policy analyst, that they put together the final product without us having to come together in a special meeting in a hurried way to vote on it.
But can they even get it done by this 17th? I mean,
Well, they
that's-
don't have to, it's gonna be the 21st apparently.
No, it would have
no,
to be
no, it has to be the 7th.
That is a lot of time to work through these
Well,
different.
it depends, it depends when people.
We have other things to do.
You said it was
Like,
like,
I
I thought it was 24-hour notice.
Yeah.
The meeting itself is the bare minimum, but the clerk follows certain time.
So that's the 17th, which is, when we say Thursday? That's the.
We can try.
Tomorrow's
I mean,
the 10th.
we could try, if you can't do it, then we should.
I'm not saying I can't do it, I just think it's a bit much for you to be like, yeah, let's, we get, like, no, people have other things to do, I think we can try, we have provided the comment. We can see what we get back, or we can have a meeting, phone meeting tomorrow, a Zoom meeting, and try to see if we can work through them. We can do our best.
Yeah. I mean, I'm available in the spirit of partnership, so. To me, it really, like, the heavy lifting is really on the director and his team. So I think the question to him is can he do it?
Oh, that's also true. Directors on, yeah.
Well, this is the last meeting, so that cleared that up. But we can discuss. So we already received and looked at the commentary that we received this week. So a lot of it, I think, could easily be incorporated. Other areas, I think, just require additional dialogue before a decision.
Or if you guys could power through it and then we have a special meeting on Wednesday. I mean, it just depends how much energy people have to put towards this right away.
I think I prefer that you vote to delegate to me and board member Wells to work with the director to finalize the report. And we will make every effort to do that on time.
Does that make sense, director?
Yeah, I think so.
Both,
So then we would vote on it at some point.
No, we would never say.
Well, you can see it, you can see it in the reading.
But don't we, I thought we had a vote.
Right.
That's what we just heard.
We're surrendering our voting. Yeah, okay, I got it now.
We could do that, or we could have a more relaxed process of this, the July 22nd date, the whole board could vote on it. What I don't think we could do is have the whole board engaged and we meet the July 22nd date.
Yeah, I agree with that. Okay, and I was thinking with that director.
I think if we're gonna meet that date, it has to be delegated.
Okay. Okay, I'll move to delegate.
Second.
Sarah, what do you think?
I mean, there's a motion on the floor, so.
We'll see what he thinks,
Yeah.
when the deal is done.
Yeah, 1 second.
Yeah, so on the motion to delegate the finalization of the 2024 PAB annual report to Vice Chair Wilson and Board Member Wells, along with the Director of Police Accountability.
Can I ask a question? Is my name on this report? Do I sign it?
I believe there's an executive letter section, but.
Okay.
It was motioned by board member Roseman Greco, seconded by board member Wells. Now, proceed to roll call, board member Calavita,
Yes.
board member Lethwich,
Yes.
board member Wells,
Yes.
board member Edmonds,
Yes.
board member Roseman Greco.
Yeah.
Vice Chair Wilson.
Yeah.
And Chair Pettifon.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, great.
All right, what's next?
I know we're all busy. I'm very busy. We're all busy, so I'm grateful that we're working on this. And I'm sorry that it's on such a condensed timeline. Okay, 9G, discussion and action regarding fiscal year 2026-2028 budget cycle oversight and community engagement. This is the last one until our closed session. So I put this item on the calendar to discuss the events of Christmas past. When, you know, the directors, you know, there's all this like mid-cycle budget freeze and questions to the department about, I guess Board Member Williams is not here, but you know, questions about like why are they getting an additional 13 million in funding? And my proposal under this item, well, I don't know, there was other people who wanted to add to this, but my proposal under this item is to get ahead of the curve for next budget cycle and to host 3 community sessions where we would be discussing the past police budget with anticipation of a future police budget, and also monitor budget and like our realities as well. Leading up to the budget cycle, which I believe starts in March. So we would have like one in September, one in December or November or January, and then one like right before the budget subcommittee meets in March. And at these meetings, we would have a council member at one of them, city manager at one of them, and then the representative from the department at another one of them. And I think that there would be enough community interest in discussing in detail and answering questions about the department's budget and about our budget, so that we can be better equipped to make a recommendation when the next budget cycle comes. We haven't done that so far, as I remember, and so that's why I added this item under 9G. But I'm you know, just a proposal, and we might have other commentary about it as well.
Would these be public forums or Brown Act? I mean, it would be open discussion with the community and representatives from the department and.
Yes, so I was thinking that the director would host it, similar to, there was a community forum on the use of force policy, for example, it would be similar to that. And we would have the budget subcommittee there to facilitate as well, so it wouldn't be you know, a public meeting in that sense. Like it would be, we would have representatives, but not, it wouldn't be a full.
Not the whole.
Yeah.
But do we have a budget? You mean operations and metrics? We used to have a budget subcommittee, but I think it.
Oh, that would be incorporating some metrics and operations.
Yeah, that's a trigger. Or different, or you're talking about a new dedicated.
It would just be for this, from now until March or June, when this budget thing is happening, and it would be for this purpose of facilitating that. I don't know if you want to put it within the specifics of the existing one, or we want to have 2 people do that this time.
Did you guys need us to vote on this?
Yeah,
Why do we have to vote on it today?
we don't.
Okay. I mean, I'm open to exploring this. It's kind of, I haven't really thought about it that much. I'd rather think about it when we have more time.
Okay, that's fair. I think that we can do that at the first meeting in September. And, you know, in the meantime, I'm just gonna tell you that I'm gonna talk to the city manager, to different council members to see who's interested in sponsoring this. different community groups to see who's interested, and then I'm gonna have a written proposal with them.
And we would vote on the written proposal.
I mean, yeah, but if you have any input right now, please, by all means.
Yeah.
But it would need to get the ball rolling in September. And I'm telling you that between now and September, I will be asking people about it on the side.
You can just gauge interest, right? Because if we haven't voted on it.
Yeah, it's not an official,
Right.
it's not like, you know.
The gauging of interest.
Yeah,
Can I ask what the focusing goal is?
we haven't done it, and like there have been so many community questions, even board member questions about what is even in the budget. And
So it's educational.
I would say a lot of it is educational, which is a question that actually the vice chair and I were talking about. Different point. Like, there's an educational element to this, and yeah, I mean,
Okay, I mean, I'm just asking just for clarification, and the reason why I asked is two part, like one, just clarification on like what's the goal and the intended goal, and two, if you don't have a goal and you sort of open up this community discussion around budgets, it just goes in a lot of different places.
I want to hear the community questions about a budget that they haven't seen. I want to hear your questions about a budget that you haven't seen or, analyzed. And so like, that's part of the purpose of the forum.
How about if we discuss it in September and in the meantime, we
Yeah.
think about it, engage interest, and we get to closed session?
Yeah, I maybe also in September, we did weigh in on the 24-26 budget. That was the budget subcommittee, that was me and Brent. And so we did do that, and I think that there are a fairly narrow set of issues that are really important, for policymakers to focus on, like I've brought up many times, but it's the staffing standards issue. That I don't know that we will get out in a community forum, so I think it's good to have it, but that, I think we just should be clear about how that fits into the overall approach to weighing in on.
Right, we have people weighing in on areas of the
Yeah.
budget that we have kind of
Yeah.
impact on, as opposed to areas of the budget that we have no influence on whatsoever.
Yeah, I don't know what those are. I don't know how to draw that line right now, but.
Well, let's continue the discussion.
In September, okay, is there anything else we need to do in open session?
Oh, well, do we have to move to?
No, nothing, unless anyone has additional things they want to bring up under budget related stuff. Director, do you have anything on the budget related stuff before you go? I know this is your office's impact as well.
No, I think it's just helpful to have a conversation about the charter offices and how their authority is respected with a budget framework. So it wasn't abundantly clear that some of these decisions were equitable from a charter perspective. We were treated like we were a department under the city manager structure, and we also what really impacted us is that we don't have a hiring freeze framework in the way that the city manager's office does. And it was my recommendation to adopt that hiring freeze framework, but that recommendation wasn't. So I think we just need to put in some safety features in the budget process that protect us.
Okay. Thanks. Okay. With that, let's go to 10, public comment.
Now, proceed to public comment. We'll start with those specifically first.
The body is getting old. I want to say again how much I appreciate your efforts to, number one, get along with each other, to come to conclusions that are agreeable to everybody, despite and because of differences. But I also want to add that when it comes to a recommendation to completely abolish something like you were debating on earlier with the use of force reports and all that, consider the source, and that as an older white guy, I'm even now at age 78 running across unconscious biases, subconscious biases, and that bothers me. That makes me question everything that I do, every interaction I have that could make a difference to somebody else's life. And when I think of deployment of AR-15 and the one that was pointed at me yesterday, and the ones that were brought up by the Oakland police and the Alameda County police during the Black Lives Matter marches and the Occupy marches, they were deployed. They weren't brandished, but they were there, and you can see 5 or 6 officers with automatic weapons walking along side of the marches. Now that's intimidating right there. That's very intimidating. And the way this country is going with the insane president and the appointees that he's appointing, good God, you are a miracle in my mind. And I want to wish you the very, very best, because you all are doing a fantastic job. And even the sergeant here seems dedicated to having a Berkeley that works for everybody, and not just police propagandists talking. So I wish you the best, and I know you're going to need it. And I applaud your recommendation to have a public comment section on I don't know what that was. I'm going to open my mind as timeline comes. Sometimes can't keep everything in there all the time. But just make sure that the public can comment, ask the public to come on the oh geez, what was it? The budget. The budget, yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, that's very important. That's very important. We want to make sure the money goes to the supposed to go.
Thank you, Russell.
Okay, thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Now to our virtual attendees, is there any public comment? We currently only have one attendee. Chair, at this time, I don't see any answers.
Okay. With that, let's go to closed session.
After some closed session, audio and video recording is stopped. Webinar will remain open.
Here we are live. Board accepted the director's recommendation to administratively close 9 cases. And with that, we'll go to agenda item 13. Adjournment. Can I get a motion?
Moved. But give your document back.
Anything from closed session, I'll take the right there.